Well, good morning. Today is Tuesday, February the 8th, and the time is now 9 o'clock, and we'll begin with our meeting for the Committee of the Whole. I'd like to welcome everyone here, and we do have a lot of items on the agenda today, but they're very important items, so we'll take as much time or as little time as necessary to make sure everybody's comfortable with what we're doing. This information will be on the agenda today, and again for finalization on February the 15th. So I'm going to begin with the approval of the minutes. That is the minutes from Committee of the Whole from January the 11th, 2022. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes? Got a motion by Commissioner Wynn, second by Commissioner Howell. Any discussion regarding those minutes? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. I don't see any announcements today that we need to go into, but we do have many community development block grants, and I see Ms. Wanzina Jackson here with us today, and she'll be available for any questions as we get through those items. We have several to consider. Each one of those has the same qualifications to apply and the same grant process as they write these and award these grants, but we approve these one by one. The first one that we have today is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Big Brothers and Big Sisters at the Heart of Georgia, Inc., granting a community development block grant in the amount of $21,888 to provide for mentoring services to our youth. I get a motion to approve? Got a motion by Commissioner Lucas. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. Ms. Jackson, if you just give us a little just information, general information about all these block grants. I know they're very similar, even though they have specific purposes, and then we'll take any questions at that particular time.
So with the applications that will be presented today, the contracts that were presented today, they were actually submitted to us in the form of applications for our community development block grant funds. Each year we actually do a round of opportunities for agencies to come to us and apply for funds to provide services for low to moderate income individuals. So there is a gamut of services that will be provided, all the way from youth services to senior services to housing repair that will be provided in these contracts to low-income individuals throughout our community.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any questions for Ms. Jackson regarding this item? Seeing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously to be sent to consent agenda. Item B is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with the Crisis Line and Safe House of Central Georgia, granting a community development block grant in the amount of $41,174 to provide individuals and families involved in domestic violence situations with groceries, household and medical supplies, and comprehensive services. Can I get a motion to approve? Got a motion by Commissioner Lucas, second by Mayor Pro Tem Clark. Any discussion or questions regarding this item? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. I will also remind everyone, especially those at home, and to play off something that Commissioner Lucas said the other day, all commissioners have been provided copies of all these documentations, have time to read these documentations to get prepared for our meeting today. So a lot of times they've already asked all the questions they need to ask or brought to our attention items that they wanted to address prior to being here today. So certainly don't want anybody to think that because they're doing this in blank that they haven't been properly prepared for this. So thank you very much for that. We have a motion. Okay. Item C is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Home First Housing Resources Services, granting a community development grant in the amount of $80,339 for Home First Housing Services to provide home ownership connecting, foreclosure counseling, and home buyer education. Want someone to make a motion to approve? Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Clark. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Lucas, you have a question.
I wanted to ask if Home First is having that particular entity to provide those services is still a federal requirement,
It is.
and also what other funding does Home First receive?
So they, you are correct that one of the requirements is that if you're doing any type of federal type of down payment assistance or anything like that, that you're required to do an 8-hour home buyers course. They are certified through the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and they apply each year as far as funds through the state as well as through HUD.
Okay, do they still have that program? There used to be a program where they would assist our employees with mandatory classes, and that would qualify them for home ownership. Are we still
Well, it's a
doing that?
It's actually, they can still go through the program, and it is a part of the 8-hour course that they provide, but they also provide the counseling to get to that stage if there's any additional things that they need outside of that 8 hours, as far as trying to put them in coordination with appropriate individuals. Let's say it might be something on your credit report, it might be some other things that need to be handled. They do still do that as a part of that counseling piece. And then they also provide the foreclosure piece for those individuals that might be entering into foreclosure.
Okay, I know at one time they were focusing in on a special program for our employees, and it was very successful. I remember a number of public works employees went through the entire sequence of requirements, and they became homeowners. I thought that was just great, but I'd like to know a little bit more about the other services that are being provided. And did you say how much other funds they receive?
In this particular one, it does not have the amount that they actually leverage, but they receive funds through other HUD funding that they apply for through the state as well as the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and I can bring that information back to you.
Okay, I think the point to be made for all of these entities is that the federal money that you receive is our money, but it's just coming back to us to be repurposed and used specifically for delivery of these services in our community. And these agencies work hard to flesh out their budgets to come up with other funding sources. So what we do in the form of these grants assists our citizens, but it is in no way the entire amount that these agencies have to come up with to provide their services.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. Commissioner Wynn?
Ms. Jackson, I'm sorry I don't have the resolution open with all the information in it, but is this the one that gives the classes, like you sign up 50 people, 20 people per class for different things, or is this something else?
Yes, it is. They do the classes. Since COVID, they've been doing them virtually. But yes, it is the home buyers class. And then from time to time, they actually have sponsors for the class. I think Historic Macon has done a sponsorship. I know that some of the local fraternities and sororities have sponsored, as well as some of the local banks have sponsored some of their classes as well.
That is kind of what I was going to get to. Do you have any sponsors that do some of these classes that are local that can help them? You said some of the banks do.
Yes. Yes, that would be an additional leverage that they actually have for those courses as well.
Is there any way we could attend any of these just to see how they go?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Yes, because we actually have other individuals that have done so as well. We'll just be able to provide you what that schedule would be, and you would have to register through their organization.
I asked that because if I could see it, I could maybe direct people to come to these courses, because there are some out there that may not know they're available, and I'd like to see what it has in the class. But I'll just get with you or on the schedule on that.
No problem. It's normally an 8-hour course, and it's done on a Saturday, so that's from 9 o'clock to 4:30, 5 o'clock is
Okay.
Normally how the class works.
Can I get that from you
Yes,
later?
That's
Okay.
not a problem. We'll actually provide that from the agency.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Commissioner Wynn. We do have a motion and second. I see no further questions. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries unanimously, be sent to consent agenda. Item D is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with the Mentors Project of Bibb County, Inc., granting a community development block grant in amount of $12,000 to fund the Mentors Project of Macon-Bibb County program. I get a motion to approve? Got a motion for Bronson and a second for, who is that? Commissioner Wynn. Any discussion regarding the Mentors Project? Seeing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries, will be sent to consent agenda. Item E is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Family Advancement Ministries Granted Community Development Block Grant in amount of $10,061 to Family Advancement Ministries for the program of child car seats and proper car seat installation training to low-income families. Can I get a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Lucas. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Jones. Any question regarding this particular item? Okay. Commissioner Wynn?
Who handles this part? Who handles the program?
The program's handled through Family Advancement Ministries. The executive director for the program is Gigi Ross. They do training on how to use the car seats, all those types of things, and then also they assist those individuals that may be leaving the hospital that may need car seats to leave as well.
I think this is a great program. I just want to make sure it gets out to the public that needs it. So I didn't know how we advertise things like this.
Well, one of the ways that they advertise, they have advertised through the health department. They've done different types of trainings. Since COVID, they have not done any big trainings that, as far as in person. However, they are very familiar with it as far as the hospitals as well.
So it's through the hospitals that people learn about this?
No. You asked how do they advertise,
Well,
and
yeah.
I was saying that as a part of their advertisement, that these are some of the locations in which they have advertised, because these are some of the locations that individuals may or may not need the service. But as a part of their advertisement, they also advertise as far as the listing of different services that are provided through our community. There is a community resource guide. They're advertised as a part of that community resource guide, and then from time to time they do have information about their particular organization and what they provide.
So there's someone trained to do seats, the installations of the seats that show
Yes,
these
ma'am.
people how to
Yes,
do
ma'am.
it.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner Wynn. Commissioner Lucas?
Isn't St. Joseph's, is it St. Joseph's that generally does this?
Yes, it's actually
Program.
As a part of their diocese, that this is an agency that has been set up, so everything is still done through Family Advancement. Yes.
Yeah, and they have a building, I think it's behind the church, where they serve clients. I personally have referred a number of young moms to that program, and they have gone through the classes to show them how to properly install the car seats and all of that, and then they do other kinds of things, provide other kinds of information to the young moms as they come through. So they've been doing this for what, 10
Over 10
10
years, I would
years.
say maybe
Yeah.
even 15, 20.
Yeah,
more than
it's
that.
really good. And then this program with the car seat supplements the Board of Health in health education, which also provides car seats just for anyone who may be kind of struggling with having the proper child seat, because you do have to have a car seat depending on the size and age of your child.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. Commissioner Watkins?
No, I'm sorry, you.
Any additional questions for Ms. Jackson? Seeing no questions, we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item F is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a block agreement with Rebuilding Macon, Inc., granting a community development block grant in an amount of $133,000 for Rebuilding Macon's minor home repair project. We get a motion to approve? Got a motion by Commissioner Bronson, second by Commissioner Jones. Question, Commissioner Wynn.
And I won't be asking a question on every one of these, I promise.
Thank God.
I'm just curious as to who does who do we find to do these home repairs? I think this is great. $133,000 is a chunk of money, but it's not a lot of money. So who does these repairs and are just minor?
With these particular repairs, it's done through Rebuilding Macon. The executive director for that particular organization is Deborah Rollins. They do have 2 individuals that are on staff that assist as far as the assessments, going out to the houses, but they also have volunteer labor that comes in to do some of the assessments as well. They do the 1 week in April, which is called Christmas in April. It's something similar to that. That's not the name of it anymore. I do apologize, but they actually do repairs all year long now. At one point when they first started, they were only doing that one time, once a year, but they do it all year long. And you'll see also a little bit later on that they do a summer program where they actually have youth that come in. They also have college students that come in as a part of that program as well. And we've even had people from all over the country from different colleges that have come to do repairs for a week.
So it sounds like we get a lot of volunteer help on this too.
Yes,
Which is
it's
great.
a combination.
So yeah, I'm familiar with the Christmas in April. I'm not sure what it's called now, but I was
It's a
familiar with that.
different name,
So this is expansion of something like that, and it's just for small home repairs. And how do people find out about this?
They reach out to Rebuilding Macon, and they actually come out and do an assessment. They do have a waiting list, but if it's something that they cannot handle, they will normally refer them to another agency that may be in the community that might be able to assist. So any type of minor home repairs, it could be a wheelchair ramp, some of the things that they may be able to provide. And it also depends upon the type of volunteers that they may have at that particular time.
We've got a lot of good things here. I just want to make sure our public knows about these to access them, you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wynn. Any further questions? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item G is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Family Counseling Center of Central Georgia, granting a community development block grant in the amount of $28,442 to the Family Counseling Center of Central Georgia for counseling and therapeutic programs for low-income families. Do we have a motion to approve? Got a motion by Commissioner Bronson, second by Commissioner Lucas. Any question regarding this item? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item H is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Rebuilding Macon, Inc., granting a community development block grant in the amount of $52,000 to Rebuilding Macon, Inc. for the provision of volunteer youth services. Do we have a motion to approve? Got a motion by Pro Tem Clark. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Jones. Questions for Ms. Jackson regarding this item?
About it, Ms. Jackson.
Okay, so this is the second part of the program that Rebuilding Macon does. Well, this is a volunteer program as well. You have students that come as far as from different high schools that provide minor home repair services, and you also have college students. Most of these will be week-long projects that they will do, whether it be spring break, whether it might be summertime, that they will do as far as the structures that have been identified. Normally they will have an actual instructor that will be with that group. So if it was a college group, most of the times they have an instructor that comes with us, them that is an adult that is also overseeing that project. We provide, as a part of Rebuilding Macon, normally they will, if they are not local, that they will partner to find lodging for them as well. And in some instances, they've utilized a partnership with Mercer. They've utilized partnerships with other agencies too.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Wynn?
Yeah, just one follow-up to that. Do we have like qualified, certified plumbers, electricians that go in and do some of this work?
Yes, there are
I'm sure some of the work involves that.
And they do have volunteers that provide that. They do have that's why I said it depends upon who they have at that particular time as far as the volunteers, because they have had some retired plumbers and some other individuals that have those type of licenses and those skills, and they were able to do some services at that time. But again, it depends upon the volunteers that they have available.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. Mr. Jones, you have further questions?
Just to comment, both are great programs. They teach pride in home ownership. It involves the youth. They learn skills they would not otherwise have. So both are great programs.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Commissioner Lucas?
Wanted to ask, how long have we funded this particular program? Where the students come in from out of state and come in and volunteer in the community. Do you know? I think it's what, DePaul University? How long?
I think it's varied as far as the universities that have actually done it, as far as college students are concerned. But I know that it's been at least periodically for the last 5 or more years as far as the volunteers, yes.
I think it's been continuous. It's been every year for a long time, and I don't have a problem with the students coming in, but they are funded by the schools that send them to volunteer, and there's kind of an internship kind of thing that's set up. And my only question is, are we duplicating funds with this? And I'm just wondering if you audit what your audit looks like when you do this. I'm not questioning the value of it. I'm just questioning whether the funds are actually used, or if we're just adding additional monies that the agency gets to keep.
In that instance, what we're actually paying for are the supplies. So we're paying for the lumber if there is a wheelchair ramp. We're paying for the paint if they're painting the structure. So we're actually paying for the supplies and things of that nature, and the labor is actually the volunteer portion.
So it's $52,000 worth of supplies that are.
Some instances they do have.
Do you audit that?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Now, as a part of that, each one of the programs also has a person that's on staff that will be working for that. So there is a portion that goes toward that staff person, but there's also a portion that primarily goes toward the actual supplies.
What staff person gets the additional salary?
It's actually a percentage. That's a percentage as far as the executive director, the inspector, as well as the construction supervisor that's on site.
Mm-hmm. So I'd like to see the percentage. How much of that 52,000 actually goes for the supplies?
Of the 52,000,
and
40.
What goes for supplementing some salaries?
Of the amount, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to tell you, of the amount, that 40,000 of that actually goes toward the supplies, and 12,000 goes toward the amount as far as salaries.
I just wanted to clarify some things because I know we've been doing this a long time, and I don't want us to duplicate with that. With the other monies that we allocate, what is it, 133,000. I know we've been doing that for at least 10, 15 years, that amount. And then this additional amount for the volunteers. I've had an ongoing question about that, but I'd like to at some point see the figures on that just for my own information. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. Commissioner Watkins?
In principle, I like this program and all the programs, but for this one in particular, how many, for 40,000, how many homes are they required to service?
Actually, in this particular instance, for this amount, that they are anticipating that they can do approximately 20 households, and sometimes it's a little bit more. It just depends upon the type of service that's being provided.
Thank you, Commissioner Watkins. Any further questions for Ms. Jackson on this item? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Be sent to consent agenda. Item I is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with the Macon-Bibb County EOC, granting a community development block grant in an amount of $15,000 to provision of dental services. Can we get a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Wynn. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Bronson. Any questions regarding this item from Ms. Jackson? I think it's self-explanatory, but we have no questions. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. I'm sorry, Commissioner Lucas, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that this is a small amount, and these dental services, in addition to what the health department, and the health department is now up to snuff on the dental services now, but there are still children who need dental services. So I would suggest possibly in the future adding some additional funding for the delivery of dental. I think at one time we were having to uh, get some dental services from another county or something that was a problem with the delivery of dental services. So I just like to keep that in mind for the future.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been around long enough to know that the CDGB grant money and funds are an application process that normally takes place once a year.
Yes.
And usually a lot of folks apply. I think because I'm sitting here now, I'm receiving text messages from folks about how do I apply, and sometimes we as commissioners have to approve this stuff, but we don't oftentimes know these dates and so forth and when and how to apply. And I'm getting a few messages, and I want the commission members to know that even from our own employees about you just rejected us on some issues and you're giving all this money. But so sometimes we need to explain that it's not money directly coming from the general fund. It's not directly money coming from the general fund. I know a few commissioners, for instance, folks are getting it mixed up with the AARP money, but we've asked and been inquiring about that application process as well. I know with Dr. Moffitt, we saying, hey, what's the application process? So some of these things, when we know and the public is interested in money, we try to say this is the process and here's the date. And I just think people just see it sometimes when you start giving away money, because there's a lot of folks out there, and there's a lot of good folks, and it's incumbent upon us sometimes to make sure that some different folks out there get some money. And what I see a lot of times is these same folks over and over that they always apply, but it's like the same folks a lot of times get the funding. But I know it's a lot of good folks out there that's going to be applying for all different funding and money. And so sometimes it's not fair to you, to the mayor's administration, for us to sit here and dilute this stuff, but this is a committee meeting process. And so number one, the public needs to understand that we are asking questions because although we're commissioners, we don't know everything. And a lot of stuff we may have asked 8 months ago is now just happening. And so now it's like, okay, I didn't know this was coming up, so let me respond to so-and-so and so-and-so. So just please reiterate for those that's listening that this is not general fund money, how and where did this money come from, because all of a sudden I'm getting a lot of, I don't know about y'all, about, employees want more funding and money, and everybody deserves it. Sometimes I think we deserve more than $3 an hour, so that's I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Ms. Jackson, if you might respond to that one more time so the people at home have a clear understanding about where this money's coming from and how we vet the process.
Okay. These are funds through the Department of Housing and Urban Development. These are community development block grant funds that we have brought before you today. With community development block grant funds, these are funds that are provided to communities throughout the United States as far as providing providing services for low to moderate income individuals to help increase the viability of communities, whether it be to the removal of blight, as well as to provide affordable opportunities as far as economic development, and then also different types of services. So with these funds, we can do several things as far as youth services, senior services. We can only do 15% though toward any type of social services. And then we also do minor home repair as well as a part of these funds. But again, these are from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. They are for low income individuals. And normally what we do, because of the type of funds that we receive, and it is somewhat small as far as the amount we can do for social services, that once a year we do an application process, and as a part of that application process that we receive applications from nonprofits as far as different types of services that they are trying to provide, and it must be for residents within Macon-Bibb County.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Wynn, Commissioner Wynn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as a follow-up to Commissioner Tillman, I agree that we need to let the people know where the money's coming from. And that's why I ask these questions about who's doing it, how do they find out about it, because I think there are a lot of senior citizens, low-income senior citizens that need a lot of things done for them. And I want to know they don't even know how to go on a computer or something. They don't know, how do we get to them and help them? That's what I want to know. I'm just kind of asking that hypothetical question. But how do we get to those people like that need that help for these programs?
In most instances, what happens is that we're partnering with other organizations as far as we do different information as far as different churches that we come out and we'll talk to neighborhood groups. We also work with our different coalitions as far as different types of partners that refer people that may come to them for assistance as well. And then anyone that contacts our office, then we try to assist them as well as far as an agency that may be able to assist. And unfortunately, sometimes there may not be a service in our community that may be able to assist that particular situation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tillman?
I think it'd be more clearer if you answer Commissioner Wynn's question in the manner to say, every year on this particular month is when people can apply. I think that's what we all want to hear, because the money is given out every year, but at this time on this day and month is when people need to apply. And I think that gets set more in our memory.
With regards to, two types of advertisement, and I'm not sure, but I think that she was actually about individuals as far as the advertisement. But you are correct that we do have once a year that with the application process that we normally do it at the end of October, beginning of November. Applications are normally due in December. As far as community development block grant funds. And then people can also contact our office, and we do put together a list too of those individuals that contact our office. We normally advertise on our website as well as advertise in the paper. We do email blast as far as that particular information. But it's a little bit different for individuals as far as individual type services as far as agencies.
Commissioner Wynn, would you like to be recognized?
Sorry. The elderly that I'm talking about don't use websites, don't use the internet. How do we reach those people? I worry about them because they're the ones that are, a lot of those are in need of some of these.
Yeah, Commissioner Wynn, just let me be clear. I think
what we're
doing is
I
providing
like the
to,
idea of the once a month, once a year, let's get that date that they know, but then individually, how would they come about doing that?
I think the elderly you're concerned about won't be applying for these grants. These are for the organizations to apply for it.
Well,
And they're supposed to get that out to the actual individuals and promote those, and that's why we partner with them. But I do understand your question. Just want to make sure we're clear that it's not Mr. Jackson's responsibility necessarily to go out and target each individual people. It's the companies that we're funding that come to us with these requests and proposals for that.
we need to make sure those entities are getting the word out.
Right, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Wynn. Any further questions for Ms. Jackson? Those very good comments. We do have a motion and a second. There's no further questions. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Thank you, Ms. Jackson, for being here today and for always being willing to answer those questions. If you don't mind, please follow up with Commissioner Lucas and provide the information that she requested.
Yes.
And I'll ask Dr. Moffitt to follow up with you to make sure that's been done for us, okay? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We're going to move on to contracts for implementation or renewal. We have several items on this particular section today. We're going to begin with item A, which is a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute a management with Summit Group for the management of the county-owned property located at 688 Walnut Street with compensation to managing agent equal to 4% of gross receipts collected per month. I'll give you some information on this. I know we've given you all the materials necessary, but as you recall, we purchased the building you see on your screen immediately behind the courthouse. We do have some tenants there that were already in place and being managed by Summit. They still have leases. Until we move our particular departments in there, is our intent to continue to use them pursuant to the contract that they have with Summit to manage those particular tenants. That amount is customary, and it's 4% of the gross receipts. And we're just want to get a resolution approving that today. So at this time, I'd entertain a motion for approval of this particular item. Motion by Commissioner Jones, second by Commissioner Wynn. Any further questions in this item? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries unanimously and be sent to consent agenda. Item B is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Deere and Company through its dealer Greenville Turf and Tractor in an amount of $122,195.29 for the purchase of 2 mowers to be used at Bowden Golf Course to be paid from the Capital Improvement Fund, Bowden Golf Course, machinery and equipment line item. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Second from Commissioner Lucas. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Lucas, you want to follow up?
Yes, I'd like for County Manager Moffitt to kind of talk briefly about some of the needs at Bowden and, what the monies look like as far as increased usage, that kind of thing, which is something that's been expressed by a number of people.
I will say, he doesn't have that information, I don't think, handy right now, but I will tell you that this year looks much better than years before.
That's
We're
what I was
very-
getting at.
Very excited about the usage. Not only did we expect an increase during the pandemic, it's continued past that point. That's why we're bringing this to you. The staffing has got under control there. We didn't feel the other position we had, and the person that's been managing it has absorbed that. I think they're using better practices on maintaining the grass, the lawn, and the water out there. We will be coming back for you later on, if we haven't already, on the pavilion that we're looking at out there, because it has been used more often, and I say more profitable, but we understand what that means. So I think we can get some information on that, and you'll see that in our budget coming up about the less transfers in we had to make this past year. So those are very good questions. I'm excited about what's going on out there. We've tried to have a couple events out there ourselves and encourage others to do so. And the business seems to be picking up out there, so we're very excited about that.
I wanted to have someone to say that, because we have invested a good bit of money in Bowden and want everybody to know that the investment is paying off. I get weekly reports during golf season. Well, if there is a season, I get regular updates. Yours too, on what's happening and what's not happening. So anyway, I'm just glad to have you share those good things about Bowden. We don't ever need to not have Bowden as a municipal golf course. It needs to remain with Macon-Bibb, and we need to continue to enhance it and build it up, and we're well on the way. And want to thank County Manager and anybody else from the staff that's been working with that, because all it needed was some tender loving care, and it's on the way. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate those comments, and I also like to say that we have had several organizations in the community that have really stepped up to bring children out there, in particular children who don't typically get exposed to golf. And I've been out there on several Saturdays when they had groups that come over there. Organizations that you're familiar with brought children out there. The instructor there has taken up the time, their staff, to get them involved in the game on a regular basis. This is part of our activities that we talk about. So I think that's going to help grow it as well, as people become more familiar with actually the sport. And I think the pandemic is one of those things where people are certainly outdoors now a lot more often, and people took advantage of it, so we're going to continue to grow. Having said that, we're always going to maintain and make sure that we're financial prudent on what happens out there, and make sure we run it in the most efficient manner. I've been one of those people on the other side when I was not mayor who questioned the numbers at Bowden. I'll say that openly, because I'm always going to look at the finances and how we can improve them. But I do recognize that it's an asset to Macon-Bibb County. It's important, and it's something that we need to look at other benefits other than just what goes through the cash register there. Quality of life, opportunity for everyone to play a sport. And also, the tournaments that I've noticed out there recently have brought money from outside of Macon-Bibb County, and that certainly helps us with sales tax and other things. So I've got Commissioner Watkins.
Yeah, I was just following up. I was hopeful that maybe in a later email we could quantify, maybe through a report that shows the number of compares the rounds played per month, like this January versus the previous January type concept?
Yes, sir. I've seen those, and I've asked for them myself, so I think we can kind of choose a date and get that information to you. I know we're looking at that budget time, but we'll get that information to you. Thank you. Any further questions? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item C is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Underwriters Safety and Claims to perform workers' compensation claims administrative services over the course of 3 years in an amount of $46,000 in year one, $47,400 in year two, $48,800 in year three, to be paid from the Workers' Compensation Fund, Workers' Comp Administration Fees, TPA, ASO, fee line item. It's a lot of words. We have Ms. Pennycuff here today? Okay. Hey, I've got Karen Pennycuff here from our Risk Management Services in case there's any questions, but this is a renewal of our workers' compensation contracts with the items mentioned there. If anyone has any questions for her, we'll be glad to answer those, but let's go ahead and get a motion in a second before we begin the discussion. That is my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Bronson. Now that we have a motion in a second, and she is here available if you have any questions for her, but if there's any questions, we'll take those at this time. If not, we'll move on to vote. We have a motion in second. No further questions. All those, I'm sorry, Commissioner Watkins?
Actually, a little curious. I had a conversation with a couple of employees that had been injured before. So the 46,000, the 40, what is that cover for us?
Could you repeat the question?
So the 46,000, that's covering what for us exactly?
What
services? This
what services? The TPA, they handle paying checks out, indemnity checks for us. Does not go through our finance department. They file the state board forms. They assist us in reducing the medical fees by PPO so that we get a great discount on those. They also assist us in getting managing the cases to determine if we need IMEs, independent medical exams, making sure that we're following the state board workers' compensation rules, and also things like MSAs, pre-MSAs, things like that, and to work with our excess insurance company.
So my general understanding is if I was working here and for some reason I thought I hurt myself at work, I would engage your office?
If you were injured on the job, the first thing you would need to do is report it to your supervisor. They would take you down to Macon Occupational Medicine for a drug and alcohol test. They would show you the workers' compensation panel. You would choose the doctor from that panel, and then Macon Occupational would assist you in getting your appointment with that panel. And then the department would send in the paperwork to risk management.
Just because a panel is a doctor, I'll assume?
We're required by law, state law, to carry a minimum of 6 medical professionals on our panel.
So, as an employee, you would choose from one of the 6, I guess that's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And from there, if it's determined that you're injured,
Well, yeah, you would go to the medical provider, and the medical provider would be considered the authorized treating physician, and they would determine the medical treatment plan for that employee. And then they send the bills to our TPA and the notes, and they review them to see if there's any questions on is something being asked for treatment that's not related to the injury, or pay the bill,
Okay, so the TPA is who would, I guess if there's an incident where the doctor says I'm hurt, and I feel like I'm hurt, the TPA would be the individual who may throw up a blocker there?
Well, there are times, because we do have doctors who treat the patient as a whole. That's the way that they've learned to treat the patient. And so workers' compensation is a very segmented part. So sometimes we do have where doctors are making recommendations, and then questions are sent to that doctor asking, is this related to the injury? And, sometimes it's yes, and sometimes it's no. Sometimes it's just a disease process, degenerative disc disease or something like that. So the TPA is the one that sends those letters if they see something in a treatment plan, and they need to question further as to whether or not this treatment is related to the injury or something personal.
Is there a industry standard on how common questions should be, or do you see a high rate of that here?
You would see that on a higher rate with specialists, like with our occupational health centers. They are designed to look at injuries, work-related injuries, more directly because that's the bulk of their business. When you get into the specialties, the orthopedics, the neurologists and stuff, they're not so educated on the workers' comp, so sometimes you do have to look at them a little bit more closer than the occupational health centers.
There's something there, but I'll yield for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Watkins. Any further questions? Thank you for being here today. We do have a motion and second. I'm sorry, Ms. Lucas.
I ask, tell me about the drug testing program that we have in place. I know that's related to risk management and a number of other things, but
the drug testing program, as far as workers' compensation, is if you report an injury, you're automatically drug and alcohol tested to make sure.
everybody.
Everybody, yes, ma'am. It is not a subjective situation, and we did it that way to protect both the employee and the supervisors, to prevent anybody from getting accused or being subjected to favoritism one way or the other. So every injury is supposed to be drug tested, and if for some reason something doesn't get, it's reported to me, and I contact the department head
Okay.
to find out why.
All right, Mr. County Manager, what are the other situations where drug testing takes place?
Two other instances, one in our pre-employment process. Every prospective employee, once they receive their job offer, they have to go do a drug test, and then we still periodically do our random drug testing. I will have to check on the frequency of that, but I did talk to the HR manager about that last month, because I used to get that report, but the new HR director, I stopped getting it, so I asked him to make sure, and he assured me that we were still doing our random drug testing. It was once a month, about 20 employees, very random. I think it was based on like a digit in a social security number, which caused that way no one is being targeted, and going from that standpoint. So those are the 3 times we drug test: pre-employment, random, and workers' comp.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas.
There's another area is anytime you have a vehicle accident, automatically doesn't fault does not come into the play, or how much damage. It's automatic as well.
Thank you, Ms. Penico. We do have a motion and second. If there's no further questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. The next couple of items is something we discussed quite a while ago. I'm very excited it's on the agenda today, and I've got your director, Michael Glisson, here from Parks and Beautification to answer any questions. Both of these deal with the gateways that we discussed earlier. In particular, these are interstate located. We've been navigating this process for quite a while through GDOT, through our architectural designs, and it's getting to be planning season, and it has to be planted by March in order to be good for this. Through October, the process will start again. We have others that are going to be consideration, but we haven't been able to navigate through these other gateways, but we wanted to bring you what has been approved by GDOT and the plans that we have. Both of these have gone through our procurement process. All that information has been attached to you. But the first item is item D. This is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an interstate interchange landscaping installation agreement with Polk Landscaping and Nursery to perform landscape installation services at I-75 Pioneer, Eisenhower, and Bass Road. Those are the 3 that we discussed. Interchanges in the amount of $316,000 to be paid from the general fund Parks and Beautification contract labor. This was specifically put in the budget last year, and this is a one-time installation fee. So that is my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Tillman. And if I have you come to the mic, Mr. Glisson. Commissioner Watkins, you have a question, sir? Mr. Watkins, did you have a question?
Oh, hopefully y'all have a picture.
You're right. Yeah, I think we have pictures that I'm not sure they're not. You don't see the knockout roses specifically, or the other trees and items. This is the architectural diagram that they've had there, and I think Director Glisson can tell you about what each of them contain.
Well, and I mean, if you just want to kind of put it in your mind's eye, kind of similar to what you see out at 475 at the Eisenhower Highway 80. You know, they recently redid that landscape a couple years back. You know, kind of the banks along the bridge embankments are kind of planted with roses and some different kind of low maintenance shrubs, and then it's kind of just basic like oak trees kind of throughout the rest of the exit ramp. That's similar to what we did here. We kind of wanted them to be uniform, so that was kind of what the idea was. But all this is meant to be low maintenance. You know, like I said, Mayor mentioned knockout roses. We've got some other plant material that's pretty low maintenance, and that was the goal. So, but colorful and year round, kind of looks good.
Commissioner Bronson.
Excuse me. I think you've already addressed this too as well. Not necessarily done with this project, but once everything kind of smooths over, is there any how do we go about making sure that the projects for, say for instance, I know there's construction going on Spring Street. What are we looking at on Spring Street, East Macon area, as far as 49 and Great Highway coming into Macon? When are we looking at putting those projects together, out of curiosity?
Well, and
I'll just mention a couple of those. Several of the others have been put on hold because of the construction there. In particular, I wanted Hardeman Avenue to be one of the first ones getting on, getting off, but they're actually doing a lot of work still there. Same thing on Spring Street. We'll bring back to you at a later time signage and other gateways that are not on the interstate for you.
Right.
In particular, coming through Crawford County to Macon-Bibb County, from Monroe County here, from Jones County here, so you can see the signage and things that we're planning on doing there. But it is a process. It's a very difficult process to navigate with GDOT, but we've done that. It's taken us this long to get these three projects to you, and we're going to continue to work on the other. Unfortunately, on the Hardeman, we've done a better job of cutting it and getting the trash up on occasion there recently, but they've already started marking and surveying that for some other work they're going to do, so it would be cost prohibitive and wouldn't make much sense to start planning things before they tear it up. You'll find next, after we get through this particular part, is the landscape and maintenance program, since we'll be taking this over from GDOT for a substantial period of time to make sure we upkeep that, and there's a price in there for that. Commissioner Bronson, is that all your questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Jones?
Yes, sir. Michael, I want to say thank you for all you do in the community. Hear lots of good compliments about you and your crews. Most recently, the Rotary Macon North Club.
Yes, sir.
At the over there on Overlook, where Cole Hogan, that little setting is there. And I saw your crew out yesterday picking up carts in my neighborhood, so that was a good thing.
Yes, sir.
On the cost for all of these will be set up where you will your crew will maintain these after the fact.
No,
Well,
sir.
that's what Mayor was just alluding to. We have the one, we put out two separate bids. One was for the actual plant material to be installed.
Okay.
And that was one awarded to Paul. And then actually Paul won the maintenance bid, which again, we put out for bid to maintain these areas too. And that's all part of the GDOT application process. You have to show them an ongoing maintenance plan to even get the application approved.
So they were put out to bid, and,
Yes, sir.
and I know we're in a world of high pricing on everything, but were these reasonable bids, or if that's even fair to use the word reasonable in today's world?
Well, yes, sir. They were kind of in line with what we were expecting, truthfully.
Okay.
And I will say that and we haven't got to the maintenance side of things yet, but the maintenance that I applied, the bid specs that I put in for the maintenance side of things,
Right.
I did kind of put that on the high end. It's the same specs that we use for our parks. And I think that maybe after the first year, we can kind of see how it goes, and then maybe we can dial that back some to save money if need be.
Okay.
But yeah, the installation, the actual plant material installation, I think is pretty in line.
Okay.
So.
Again, thanks for all you're doing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Commissioner Tillman?
One of the outsourcing services that we use is Bradley Tree Service. You familiar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My question is, when we hire them to go and remove trees, is one of the services. We're paying them to remove the trees, but they'll go and cut them down, but they don't actually remove them.
Well,
Your office, after they cut them down, is going to remove them, and that's been brought to my attention. So if we're paying them to do the service, how is it they just cut down? Because I like to be in that business.
Yes,
Just get my chainsaw and cut it down, then call you back to remove it.
Well, and truthfully, Bradley, the reason there was a long kind of running relationship with Gray Brothers and some other tree services in the county, and just due to labor shortages and things like that, I started reaching out to other tree services to kind of help us along with some of the trees, just especially emergency situation trees that needed to come down. And Bradley's always been more responsive than a lot of other folks, so we started giving them more work. But there was a time period to where their boom truck and their loaders, their dump trucks kind of all just went down at one time. They were just short on machinery. So they reduced their price to cut them down for us. And I was just like, well, we will come pick the trees up, just get them on the ground for us. But they've gotten their machinery back up and running, so that shouldn't be going on anymore. But that's probably what you saw.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Commissioner Wynn?
Yes, sir, thank you. What's the plan out at Bass Road at the interchange there?
Well,
You
we
can
pull
put
it
Bass
back
Road
up?
up there.
Pull that back up.
Like I said, it's hard to really kind of go through every plant that's going to be planted, but if you're familiar with the I-70 or I-475 at Highway 80, it's going to look similar to that. Like the bridge embankments will be colorful with roses and gold mop cypress and some other things. And then kind of as you get out into like the field areas of the interchanges, you'll see kind of willow oaks and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wynn.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's all meant to be kind of low maintenance landscape.
Yeah.
Very colorful. We had to be very conscientious about how you get water there, make sure that we had to deal with any signage in the area as far as growth. Get permission from several of the sign companies like Lamar just to put them there so it wouldn't obstruct anything that was going on, and certainly make sure it doesn't interfere with the traffic flow or any safety concerns there. Commissioner Lucas?
Yeah, I just think this is very, very nice to have a plan to beautify those entrances, because when you go to other cities and you're driving in, you just get a feeling for what's good in that place. If you see something that's, really nice landscaping and all of that, I think that's good. I wanted to ask, who does the planting at City Hall outside?
We do. I mean, we maintain that. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a plan for having some pretty stuff all around all the time?
And I will say, I know kind of my predecessor would kind of plant annuals out there and kind of change those over every year. But we've had some problems with the irrigation out there, and truthfully, just in an effort to save money, instead of going out and spending thousands of dollars every 6 months to enhance this out here, I've tried to plant a few things that are just more colorful that'll be there year round. But I mean, I can backpedal off of that now if y'all want to see some pretty flowers.
I think city. I backpedal.
Okay.
And start.
I'll
I
listen to
just
it.
think
Okay.
that out there needs to look really impressive.
Yes, ma'am.
And it used to look really, really nice. I don't think that needs to change. I think our city hall needs to. See, she agrees. They agree
Yes, ma'am.
with me.
I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you,
It
Commissioner.
needs to look beautiful the year round.
Okay.
I
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand about the problems, but I
Right.
think City Hall needs to look beautiful year round.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. Commissioner Tillman?
Listen, just ride by Commissioner Lucas's house, and you will understand why she's asking about all these flowers. Oh, she got a hand for gardening.
Okay.
Well, perhaps we can get her to do the flowers.
There you go.
also. All right, we've had a lot of questions, and we're going to meet this issue in just a second on the maintenance on there. But we do have a motion and a second on item D. With no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries to be sent to consent agenda. Update the language. Okay. Me reading slow is very difficult. Item E. It doesn't, okay. A resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an interstate interchange landscape maintenance agreement with Polk Landscape and Nursery to perform landscape maintenance services at I-75, Pioneer, Eisenhower, and Bass Road interstate interchanges in amount of $123,000 to be paid from the general fund, parks and beautification contract labor. Again, this is in our budget. This past year, we anticipated actually more than this. So we think we got a good price. These are all 3 exits and entrances for these 3 locations, and it's very, to me, it's a lot of landscaping as far as maintenance that we're going to do there. And as you may recall from our conversations last year with Mr. Glisson, typically GDOT is responsible for maintaining these. They have their challenges just like we do sometimes, so it doesn't get done as much as often as we'd like. So when we take this on as a responsibility, it's our baby. So we'll be taking this on and have a maintenance agreement. One part of this approval process that we had to go through is we had to make sure we had a plan for maintenance, and we showed that plan to them when this was approved. So this time I'd entertain a motion to approve. Motion by Commissioner Tillman. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Wynn. Commissioner Watkins, you have a question?
And again, I'm all for beautification projects, but I noticed in the contract that we're saying that we're going to cut these 46 times.
Yes, sir. And like I said, that's just in keeping with the same kind of specs that we use for our parks. It was just easy to carry that over.
And I guess I'm still a plea. I feel like I've been talking about it for a decade. Why is it so difficult within our just regular streets to pick up the litter, pick up the leaves, the pine straw? That's like, again, like on the actual street of Pinona, Eisenhower, any of our streets. And what does it take for us to create a maintenance plan that does that? Because once we get into the arterials and residential, some things are like, it looks like a one-way because the pine straw has just impeded the street so much.
Right. Well, a lot of that is involved with Macon Water Authority with their street sweeping program. And I know you and I have been in a few emails about this, and I've sent that over to Marvin Land with, Macon-Bibb, stormwater people, and I told them that we can assist in any way we can. We still have a few street sweepers ourselves, but I'm actually working with IT right now and Public Works on getting our sidewalks kind of mapped out so we can have our outside contractors start spraying and keeping up our sidewalks and all that too. We're not quite there yet to have all that computerized where we can hand it over to a contractor for pricing, but we're working on it. Should have something to say.
So at some point there will be a proposal here for us to be able to clean all of our streets.
It'll be tied into the same right-of-way spraying program that we proposed. I think we started it last year.
So
yes, sir.
Just to recap, I saw the spraying, was not a big fan. It resulted, in my opinion, of just like a dead strip of grass that never got cut. I'm more interested in somebody coming to cut the grass, and then when they cut the grass, picking up like the leaves and stuff, so it's actually like a clean curb.
Yes, sir.
Like I want us to be able to get there, cause again, the spraying program, I understood it, it sprayed it, and I saw the depth. Had questions from individuals about whether or not that's healthy, but it kind of made it look worse because it was just like a 4-foot dandelion that we never came back and removed in some places. Like, we were able to get the extra contractors to finally do it, and I'm appreciative of that, but there should be a way, or somehow we should be accountable to keep the streets clean.
Yes, sir. I mean, again, it's part of our right-of-way maintenance programs that really probably Tim Louder at Public Works would be better equipped to explain that. I kind of handle some of the downtown areas, but as far as throughout the entire county, our right-of-way maintenance is more done by Public Works.
So,
but I mean,
okay,
they're doing good to hit a spot 2 to 3 times a year, one right-of-way. So I mean, there's going to be those lag times, those in between times where weeds and stuff will shoot up that we just wouldn't be able to get until our next cycle. So, but again, I think that might be a better question for Tim.
And I guess that's something that I learned, that it's sporadic on who's responsible. Sometimes it's your office, but for the heaviest stuff, it's supposed to be our Public Works Department.
Well, the kind of the unspoken agreement, and this is all from what was in place whenever I came to this position, is that anything kind of using I-75 that kind of cuts the county, and anything south of 75, which would be kind of the downtown areas, belong to us, and anything above 75 would be Public Works. It's kind of the unspoken agreement, but I don't think that's on paper, but I think that was just Marvin Land and Sam Kitchens, the 2 predecessors of Tim and I. That's just kind of how we've carried it forward.
Okay. And all of y'all are working hard to cover 2 to 3 cuts per year on the stuff.
And I mean, I can't truthfully say that we hit those marks all the time, but I mean, that's what our goal is. Yes, sir.
And the contractor is we're asking to do 46 times per year.
For the interstate landscapes, yes, sir, and same with our parks. That's what Paul does with our parks. And again, really, the reason why I carried that over to our interstates is just mainly because of trash. I mean, you see so much trash build up that that those visits, those bi-weekly visits, are going to be important to keep trash off the interstate.
Yeah, and I guess that's
Yeah.
my point in like the community.
Right.
Like,
I mean, again, once we get everything finalized with IT and we can hand over like a digital document to a contractor to kind of help us out to supplement what we're already doing, then we'll probably see some improvements. But we don't have that information just yet from IT, but we're working towards that.
I'll be waiting with bated breath.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Watkins. Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir. Just to follow up on that, I serve on the Macon Water Authority Board too, and to Commissioner Watkins' question, we get a monthly report on street sweeping and Macon-Bibb County, Macon Water Authority Community Cleanup Partnership, and I get a breakdown on streets that we did. And by the way, I had a constituent call me just yesterday, and I rode by and checked Rocky Creek Road, which has been needing street sweeping for a long time. That was done last week. So
Good.
just so you know, they are out doing it. But just for example, in January, the Macon-Bibb County Macon Water Authority partnership removed 555,000 pounds of debris. The Macon Water Authority, who is in charge of street sweeping now, curb miles, so if you divide curb miles by 2, because you got curbs on both sides of the street, curb miles was 30.86 miles, and that removed 277.5 tons of debris. So it's a long process. It's a slow process trying to catch up from neglect for years and years and years.
Yes, sir.
But it is happening, and I would be more than happy to share this report, because I'm like you. Sometimes you don't see things the way we want to see it, but just know that they're out there every day, and the Water Authority and Macon-Bibb County are working together. But I'll be glad to share. I would have thought you'd already seen this. So
Well, yes, sir, and I will say that I haven't seen those exact numbers, but I work with Marvin Land pretty closely, especially recently we were working with our downtown crews, assisting, using our own sweepers and like kind of teaming up with the Water Authority to sweep downtown once a month. And I mean, we still go out and catch sweeping calls when we can. Marvin and I are in pretty good contact with each other about street sweeping. I mean, they carry most of the load, I'll admit that, but I mean, we still jump in and help when we can.
And you know, it's got a list of the streets, so you see which streets out in the community, not just downtown, are being
Yes,
hit and they've got a systematic way that they're going about doing it. But I'd be more than happy to make sure that all of the commissioners and everybody else that wants to be in the email loop sees it, because it really does help to look and see what's going on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Howell, for that insight. And thank you, Director Glisson, for being here today. County Manager, you want to complicate things?
Yes, I do, because he takes a lot, but when you're talking about a plan, I own it. I blow it up all the time. I will tell you that I have tremendous, every week I'm redirecting crews, especially on litter. Just in the last month, I've tried my best to redirect all the community service people for hot spots and streets. So if you give me a street, I would try to send a team there, but I will tell you that it is a repeat thing. We'll clean up one street, and the next day it is just as dirty. But if you have a particular area, let me know, because he can have the best plan in the world, but he can assure you, I will send him an email, say, and the same thing for Tim and what state prisons we get, same thing for solid waste. If we have a free time, I send a little patrol out with whatever we got, and I try to hit the hot spots. So if you got a particular hot spot, let me know, and we'll try to get on it.
Mr. Tillman?
And I think that's a good plan, and I appreciate that. But I think if we begin to hit the main thoroughfares, where the public truly drive and see, like the Bash Road, Zebulon Road, Pine Owner, Eisenhower, Napier Avenue, those are main thoroughfares pretty much in our community. Gray Highway, Sherlin Drive. I think if we see progress on those on a regular basis, I don't think y'all would get as many calls. And then we could say within a community or neighborhood, those side streets, and, I represent this entire community. And I've seen Commissioner Howard just said, I was surprised and shocked to see 2 street sweepers over in Bloomfield right behind each other. I saw one on Hollingsworth, and I didn't even know they existed. I thought we used to own them. So what y'all are doing is great, but those side streets that have never been touched over off of what is that? Hightower Road and the old Joseph N. Neal Alternative School down that street. Never been touched when you get down to the end where the church is. That Hollingsworth Road, we've invested all that money over there. Going down the street, you basically have to drive in the middle of the road on Hollingsworth Road when going to Log Cabin because of the bushes and debris that's going to scratch up your car and so forth. And y'all ride around everybody. Ride around every day, just like the people that call us and just like we see it. So we know y'all have to see it. I've often said, Mr. Mayor, that we needed a simple process, and sometimes simple ain't always simple. Our public works, our trash companies, drive around every day. If we all created a system where people had sticky notes, and while they're out and about and they ride, if they really care about this community, you take a sticky note and write it down and come back and say, I saw a sofa, a mattress, I saw trash, debris, I saw this road, and we stick it in a box. And if we got a designated crew the next day, if it's 2 men on a truck, that's all they do every day is go out and just respond to those notes and messages from the regular workers that's driving around. I think that helps all of us as far as commissioners. We can just simply say, we're aware of it, and they're going to eventually get it because they're out there riding too. But if workers are all upset and mad because we won't give them extra money and whatever, I'm just going to do what I here to do today, and that's it. And I ain't responding to nothing. It's sickening sometimes to see a mattress sitting on the side of the road on Napier for 2 weeks. I mean, Commissioner Wynn was calling me and going over in my district over there on Ayers and whatever, calling me about stuff that she's driving, and I saw it too. And so it's like, so I know y'all see it, not particularly you personally, but, we all are in this thing together. And so that's the main thing. You want to clean up the community. You want to pick up the trash. That's the number one thing, I think, for all of us that people have an issue with, in cleanliness. And so just to hear it ain't always good. I think the mayor and administration, this Clean Streets initiative, he has put out there, Clean Streets Matter, since from April of last year to December this past year. It's out there. I do think that we're missing something with this 5x5. It needs to probably come back. I think, honestly, we need to reconsider. And I'll talk to a few commissioners and educate them on the 5x5, but going into a certain area for 5 weeks, 5 blocks, that stuff seemed to work. And therefore, we don't have to be sitting up here individualizing and complaining about what we see. If we go back to that 5x5 week process where crews went in an area for 5 weeks and 5 blocks and cleaned it up, you saw different, painting the sidewalks and so forth. Because, I mean, I've been around for a long time, and I'm telling you, honestly, I got a message right now on my phone. West Napier, the first place that we put a dumpster at to clean up all that stuff behind Mim's store. 4 houses from it. A man and a woman, Mr. Tillman, what are you doing for Bellevue? You ain't did nothing in this community. It looks a mess over here. And much work have we done over there with that 5x5 and putting that dumpster over there and clean up all those bill bottles and tearing down that old DAV. But people will say, you ain't doing nothing. I guess that's why there's a Burger King and McDonald's on every corner, but they still advertise every day because people need to know what they're doing. And that's why commissioners is important to always publicize and show what we're doing. Folks say, oh, you're bragging. No, we have to show people when we're doing something. That's why the administration is out there and our PR folks or letting you know when we're tearing down houses, when we're doing cleanups. Because there's folks that grow up and never pay attention, but then all of a sudden it becomes important, and they'll say, well, what are y'all doing? Oh, well, I didn't know y'all was doing that. So that's why we're marketing and promoting what we're doing. So I'm asking y'all to come up with a system. As a new director, if that old system is not working, you got to be creative and come up with your own system, and it works. And we'll, man, when it comes to picking up trash and debris and cleaning this commission is gonna back you 100%, because we want to see it done well. And I would be interested, Mr. Mayor, in creating a group or organization while we have funding to just assign a group of folks every day just to go out every day from previous assignments that those workers see, and let's give them an incentive of, I don't know if it's some Visa cards, money, or whatever. Let's really clean up the community. I think that's important, because that's your initiative, and that you've been emphasizing, and it needs to reflect your initiative. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Commissioner Jones?
Just a few comments. County Manager Keith Moffitt is exactly right. I can name countless streets that I drive every day all over this county. Forest Hill, Bowman Road, Bowman Boulevard that connects to Riverside. There's a by Renaissance, and they will clean them up. And if you look at the figures, and we've seen them before, that'd be good for us to look at again, maybe, Mr. Mayor. They pick up tons of stuff. In a year's time, it's tons. You know, maybe we use some American Rescue Plan funds to have a promotional campaign, an advertisement campaign that talks more about Clean Streets Matter, and it enlists the public to help clean up your neighborhood, because sometimes you'll see trash, and I'm driving home from work and they're right in front of their house. Well, you can at least pick it up right in front of your house. I know you didn't throw it down, but pick it up. But unfortunately, we have a culture of folks in Bibb County that continue to throw it out the window. They think the whole world is a trash can. And that's not what God and Mother Nature intended. Commissioner Schlesinger mentioned about when we were kids, we used to see the Indian with the tear coming down his eye. They had TV commercials about littering America. So maybe we need maybe we have some funds that we could use that promotes Clean Streets Matter, and asking people we show people picking up trash and putting it in a trash can. But Keith's exactly right. These streets, I've had Public Works go and clean it up, and the next week it looks the same way. And we have such a beautiful city here, but we have a small percentage of people who trash it every day, and there's no excuse for it. But we can use some funds to have some TV commercials.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, touching base on sticky notes, I'm old school too. I've replaced sticky notes with See, Click, Fix. It don't work perfect every time, but I have reported things of this nature in all of your neighborhoods. Because if I'm out there, I see a mattress, I pull over, write it up right then, and it identifies where it's at, and pictures mean a lot. Sometimes See, Click, Fix people don't put pictures, but if there's any kind of mistake in what you're trying to report there, if you got a picture there, it draws them a big picture of what they're going to try to find. I'm just saying, if you promote that a lot in your social media, in any of your areas, I've got several people out there around the Lizella area. Part of their exercise, like one guy that walks through Fulton Hills all the time, when he does his exercise, he's got a black bag in his hand and a pickup tool, and he picks up trash while he's doing it. So things like that matter a lot, go a long ways.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder. Commissioner Bronson?
Commissioner Wilder beat me to the punch. Utilizing C-Click Fix is a really important and useful tool for all the citizens in Macon, Georgia. I think it's important that we as commissioners educate our citizens on that piece. I think that's the main thing. And not only educate, get out there and actually, assist, right? We can set up cleaning events on our own as far as our district goes and show our community that we actually care. I think that's the first part of it, right, when it boils down to it. Is there any way on the C-Click fixes where commissioners can get some type of an alert that states, hey, this person has reported this incident or whatever it may be, so that way we can follow up, have a quicker response, should I say, into regards to that piece of it? Dr. Moffitt?
I don't know about the alert capability. I will ask and get back to you.
I think Pro Tem Clark can answer that. I think he's
Yeah,
done.
there's a function where you can set up a watch area and you can draw the line around your whole district. So and you can watch every complaint that comes in. You can set up an alert system yourself and see if it'll alert you by notification on your phone or by email.
Sounds good. And then I guess the last piece, when it boils down to marketing of it, I know we have some citizens that may not be aware of the tech aspect of it, but that just kind of boils down to getting the community involved, right? Hey, if you see, Grandma and Johnny down the road that doesn't know about C-Click Fix, then we should be able to go out and do that for her. And I'm saying that we, as far as the community as a whole and commissioners as a whole, I would not mind even seeing a quarterly report go out to the citizens that shows, hey, in your district, this is what has taken place and this is what we're working on future goals. I mean, that way we informing our citizens and they can see, hey, this is what my community or my commissioner or my mayor has completed for this first 6 months, and this is what we're looking at doing for the next 6 months. So just an idea to throw out there.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner Bronson. Commissioner Watkins?
Been using C-Click Fix a long time. I think I was around when we first implemented it as a county. So when I have items that are kind of low priority, that it's not going to aggravate me too much if it sits there for a while, I use C-Click Fix. And I think but I also realize that a lot of citizens, particularly in the inner city, like minutes on phones is still a premium. Having a smartphone is still limited, and those areas tend to get less service than my areas that have smartphones at a premium. I do notice that, and you guys are very efficient. If it's something that's urgent, always. I call you, I send an email. Y'all are always going to respond, and I appreciate that infinitely. My greater point is, as a county that's going on its 200th birthday, we should be able to have a system that keeps our streets clean. And I want to be a part in fixing that. It shouldn't be that we got to talk to each other all the time about a mattress or something like that. Our system should be, and I kind of like the way Tillman put it, should be able to take care of that stuff for our people. And that's where I want us to get to, and that's my point. But I do notice and I do appreciate y'all call and response. It is impressive. And I thank y'all for that, but I think it's a difference between being a reactive organization and a proactive organization. So, yeah, I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Watkins. As always, we spend a lot of time on important issues. This one here I didn't anticipate spending quite so much time on, but we'll move forward. I will say that everyone on this commission is passionate about keeping our community clean and safe, and I think that's something we can always 100% agree on. We are still struggling on a daily basis, not only to clean our community, but to keep people from littering our community, and that's something that we also have struggled with. I think that one reason that we've struggled in the past is because when consolidation was done, you had different communities with different responsibilities, and those were combined, and I don't think we ever found our way around getting the services like that combined. So we're going to continue to work on that. We've asked GIS mapping with our Public Works Department to try to give us an idea. So I want to know in particular when certain parts of the community grass is supposed to be cut and litter is supposed to be done, so I can check myself to make sure it's getting done and that we're appropriating resources to that. Getting back to this particular item that we have on there, this is the landscape for maintenance contract with Paulk. Item E, it's been motioned and seconded. If there's no further question, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. I don't know about you guys, but I need to take a comfort break for about five minutes. And then after that, we're going to return to do several important items. Hopefully it won't take as long. And we do have a need to go in executive session today, so we will be going in executive session. So the time is now 10:25. How about let's come back about 10:35. Give us 10 minutes. Time is now 10:35. We're back on the record and back in our meeting. Thank you everyone for returning. We're going to pick up where we left off at. We've got several items that's part of the same MVP program, MVP plan. And I want to discuss in reverse order, if we don't mind. We'll vote on it like it's on the agenda, but I wanted to bring attention to one item on there, which is going to be 5A under appropriations, to let you know where we're going with this. This is the ordinance to authorize $150,000 in ARP funds for project coordinator for the Macon Violence Program. We'll discuss that in just a moment, but just to let you know as we start speaking and talking, voting on these issues here before you. The violence interrupters is one of those things that RFP was done a while back, and as part of our Macon Violence Prevention Program. There are several ways to do this, but we thought it was something that we needed for our community to help with crime. It's also specifically allowed and recommended under the ARP program, even though there are certain guidelines that we have to and regulations that we have to follow. But we thought it was important not only to do all these things and what we'll be presenting on next week and next Tuesday before our regular meeting, we'll have an update for you on several items: the community foundations, our mental health matters, the strategic plan for the MVP program, as well as the sheriff will be here to just give you an update of the MVP plan for this year. Part of that plan was to provide, to do a project coordinator position. That project coordinator we'll be voting on in just a few moments is the person that's going to be responsible. It's a qualified person that we're going to post out there for qualifications to hire someone over a 3-year period of time. That project coordinator is going to be responsible for measuring all the data. We put you a project description in there you should have in your materials that tells you what their duties and responsibilities are. We're going to count on this person to tie everything together through the sheriff's department, through all the programs that he's got there, through the DA's department and her RISE program, through the focused deterrence, through the community foundation and all the grants they're doing, and also the interrupters that we have, because we think it's important to measure the data, to have someone oversee that, to tie everything together, and it's something that is allowed to be done. So we're going to begin with item F on these, each one of these to address them one by one. We're asking for your support on these as our total plan for MVP, and just want to let you know that the checks and balances is going to be done on this by our project coordinator and our funding mechanisms. So I'm going to begin with item F, which is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a crime prevention services agreement with Motivating Youth in the amount of $135,000 to be paid from the Macon-Bibb County American Rescue Plan Grant Fund, ARP, contractual services line item in the provision of community violence interruption services. Can we get a motion to approve that? Motion to approve, Commissioner Tillman. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Lucas. Now I've seen a light on from Commissioner Tillman.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. You kind of put the cart before the horse and spoke on item 5A, and I was trying to speak to that because it seems as though we are putting the cart before the horse if we are choosing a person that will decide how we're going to spend the money and get a person that's going to coordinate this. Number one, I thought that we had given up the $2 million to the community foundation to do that. And then the other thing is, then why are we've already decided to give funding to some of these groups that's about to come before us. Now, let's be clear. I support all of these initiatives. I do, and I'm going to support them. But I think the question that's being sent to me and commissioners is, we've been asking, when was the application process? How many people applied? Who decided on the names? And then where was the presentation done?
Okay, let me
because a lot of times,
I need to provide some clarity for you. You talk, I think a little bit out of, I think you're confusing what we're doing here today with what the community foundation. Those are separate, distinct. Those are community-oriented processes. This is specific crime interrupters, violence interrupters that Commissioner Watkins and myself did an RFP on with our procurement director several months ago. These are separate from those. Those are RFPs that was published, committee reviewed, and these are recommendations out of specific money that y'all agreed $2 million for. The Community Foundation is something that Darius Maynard would be presenting next Tuesday on the process for that. And those are the grants that you're, I think, speaking of, that the community will actually know how to apply, where to apply, and how to get the education, and how they're going to be awarded and vetted out. That's not what we're doing today.
And I appreciate that, and that's fair, but I think the question still would apply to these same folks, you know, how they became separate groups and entities of, you know, because that's what folks have been asking, how do I apply or whatever. So so then explain, this is a separate group that Commissioner Watkins and you said that we're doing some RP, and I'll just wait and just yield, but I just want you to be clear.
Just to be clear, we proposed early on $2 million to be used for crime interrupters, violence interrupters. That RFP was drafted by, and I think Commissioner Watkins will agree, he provided substantial input in that, as well as I. Was that no? Okay. So he provided input, and so did I with procurement to make sure that it's what we wanted. You voted on $2 million, and we went through our normal RFP process to select out people we thought fit those categories. I served on that committee, as well as Dr. Ficklin, who's here with us today, to select folks that apply for these specific RFP. So their notice was the RFP in our process that we always do. The Community Foundation is something separate. That's a separate approval that you did of ARP funds that'll go to them, and they'll be explaining that process and the timeline that those folks that are wearing you will be able to listen to and to respond to. Today is just merely to award these contracts. Has been vetted out by our committee and made a recommendation through our procurement on the amounts of money that for these programs that we're going to be using. The reason I mentioned the coordinator first, even though it appears later on the calendar, is I want to make sure everyone understood that we're just not writing a blank check to these folks with no checks and balances. This is something that they've done a proposal for. They will get some money in advance, and then they will have to submit receipts for everything else that they have to do, just like you would on a state contract, as a reimbursement. And then that coordinator will make sure that we keep you regularly updated. And that's the other purpose, to inform the commission about what's going on with all these programs we have, and to hold one single person of contact responsible for gathering all this information to make sure we're not duplicating services. For instance, if Community Foundation has a mentorship and they had a lot of applications, this person will help hook them up with someone like Gina O'Neill that's already doing this to kind of do that. But we're also wanting this person to look for things that can be sustainable. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. We want them to make sure that they're going to be able to sustain these programs in the future. We're giving them the money now. We could come back before this commission to continue to award monies if they're doing a good job, but we want to make sure that they can do what they say they're going to do in the very beginning. So that's the purpose of this right here, separate from what you're talking about. So I'm going to begin. Okay, you got to follow up? Yes, go ahead.
So you, Dr. Ficklin, and Commissioner Watkins chose these particular folks.
No, sir. No, sir.
And I guess why I'm asking that, and I guess he said he can clear it up in a point. But I would just, because I'm looking like because the calls are gonna come. How do you choose one church over another to give this amount of money to?
Okay,
and I guess that could be answered later.
Well, I mean,
I'll yield.
I think we already answered it.
Because Watkins is trying to get in here.
I know his name's been dropped a lot. Nobody's choosing one person or the other. It's like applying for a job. If you don't apply for the job, you don't get it. So we posted an RFP, and numerous companies applied to the RFP. After reviewing each of those proposals, Commissioner Watkins was not on that committee. Be clear on that. After reviewing those proposals, recommendations are made to this commission today on these particular companies and these particular amounts. What Commissioner Watkins helped to do was create the RFP that went out initially to induce those folks to respond to that, and as well as our procurement. So that's where we're at on this particular process. We do have a motion and a second. I know we have some questions for this particular item, so we're going to go ahead and move on that. And I see two people total, one from Commissioner Watkins.
Sir. I guess I think back in last June, I think we originally came to you with the proposal, the idea of creating violence interrupters. From that time up until now, I think the mayor's correct. We ended up issuing an RFP that closed in October. Since that time, I guess I've been curious about that too. I wasn't on the selection committee, and last Friday was my first time getting the opportunity to actually review these respondents. So, and that's been a long-standing question of mine. I guess who was on the selection committee, and I guess even more importantly, just backing up on. So I really do like the idea of us having a MVP strategic plan that includes a program coordinator. To date, me personally, I haven't actually seen a document that details that. So we received a MVP document, our I guess strategic plan document some time ago after a press conference. And it just from me listening to you talk over the months about it, like I say, I like the idea of a program coordinator. And I know we're supposed to have a strategic plan. Where is that document, and when can we review it so it makes sense on how things are coming together?
You're talking about the strategic plan that we published and provided copies to everybody that's available online?
And that doesn't, in my reviewing of it, it doesn't lay out the things that you just mentioned. We have a program coordinator. Program coordinator will be responsible for XYZ. So is there another document or an addendum to the thing that you're referencing?
I think you're confused with my initiative. The MVP plan, it was my initiative.
And
That's
I don't
right.
want to be confused.
And
so
it's not something that you get to change all the items to and make it something that's not. The strategic plan was a group of 30 people from our community, leadership as well as those in the forums that we had all across Macon-Bibb County that you hosted some as well, that we gathered their information. It's not our job to tell the folks in Macon-Bibb County how we're going to do everything because, quite honestly, in the last several years, it hasn't been very successful. What we're trying to do is get a three-tier focus on having Macon-Bibb County do their part, letting the sheriff-led approach do their part, and the community. The sheriff will be here next week. We will be presenting on the strategic plan, but the strategic plan is the document you got. There's nothing else other than that. It was a group that came together and formulated all this based on what they heard in all the forums they did. That is the plan. It tells you exactly on their goals and objectives. What it doesn't tell you is what exactly you're going to do and be required to do specifically because we hadn't heard from the community on what they want, and that's the part where the community foundation comes into play. We don't tell the sheriff what to do. We've got goals and objectives. We set out to explain what was needed in our community, and this is the way we're proceeding. There are many pieces to the puzzle. One piece of the puzzle is this violence interrupters we're talking about today. Another piece of the puzzle is Andrea Cook and her Mental Health Matters program that you'll hear a little bit next week. Another piece of the puzzle is the faith-based organizations that came together for their forum. Another piece of the puzzle is those folks that came that were victims of violence crime and poured their hearts out and told us what they needed in their community. And another group is those hundreds and almost 1,000 people who came to the forums across Macon-Bibb County and some 12 or 13 that told us this is what we want in our community. So we're not going to tell them what they need. We're going to ask them what they want and provide resources for it. So I'm not here today to debate the MVP program, and we do have an update next week. I'm here today to present the RFP that you requested, that we sent out, and we have selected these particular companies. And I'll say that Dr. Ficklin was the lead of that committee. I served on that committee. Martha Denmark served on that committee, who went to all the forums in our community and certainly is very involved in our community. We tried to look 3 other people that you suggested, but they all had conflicts and refused to serve.
So you, Dr. Ficklin, Martha Denmark.
That's correct.
So it's a 3-person committee, and that was it?
The 3-person committee along with our procurement department. We did nothing on the finances. That was strictly for procurement. All we did is evaluate each one of the 8 or 9 that were submitted to us, ranked them, and gave it to procurement. They added the pricing to there, and then they were selected. And we agreed to select up to 5 of these folks here to give them an opportunity to prove themselves that what they can do, they say they can do. And then if they do well, then we would anticipate bringing something back before you after a year, after the evaluation process is done, to see if they got any additional monies. So that is why we're here today. I don't know how much better I can explain that. This is the money that we're asked for and approved by this commission to do this job, and we're all just trying to do our job. Certainly, I would have loved to have 2 or 3 of the people that you wanted on that deal, but they all had financial interest in there. And 2 of them, their bosses specifically says you're not allowed to serve on this committee because it could be a situation that you could conflict yourself out later on. That's from the U.S. Attorney's Office as well as the DA's office. So I want to
So
be
you
clear about that.
mistakenly think that's a concern of mine that, like I say, the DA's office or other folks couldn't have a representative. I've been asking simply, okay, since it's not those people, who was the selection committee? I don't know why it was so difficult for you to share that it was you, Dr. Ficklin, and Ms. Denmark. That was the question, point blank. It wasn't.
That's the first time I've been
anything
asked for it
extra.
today.
No, it's been asked several times.
It's the
over
first time
months.
you've asked me for it. Mr. Tillman, I don't want to go back and forth with you, but you gave me on a handwritten sheet of paper
Right.
a list of several names that you wanted to be completed on that list, and none of them were eligible, including yourself, because there's a financial
I'm
interest in there.
completely fine with that, but then the move on was like, so who made the selections? That was it. I didn't.
What
I
you
was
told me
completely
is,
fine with that, and you just told me. And I'm
what you told me
thankful.
is, please, sir, just say select a committee and review the process so we can move forward, and that's what I've done.
Right, and now I'm just so as a follow-up, which I think is a natural follow-up, I think me and others are just asking who was the selection committee, and you've told me, and literally I'm saying thank you. Didn't mean to make it a thing to get you all riled up, but it's a question. But go ahead.
Well, I understand the question, but several things you asked, you already know the answer to, and that's what did get me riled up, because you either haven't read the material or you haven't asked that question before. And if you've asked that question before, I assure you that I answered that question, including the people who were selected here today. I met with you in my office and went through each and every one of those before they even went to the attorneys as a favor to you, because you helped draft the RFP. But I'm going to move forward with this.
Also, as a favor, I asked, again, it's closed in October. I asked because I have a passion for it. I would like to sit down and read the presentations, which I have this weekend. But I asked several times in between now and October, hey, can you share with me the presentation so I can get an understanding of what's happening in violence interruption? And again, thank you for finally sending them on Friday, and thank you for finally sharing who was on the selection committee. Again, these, to me, are innocuous questions, but again, somehow I crossed the line, I seen. But
no,
moving
sir.
on to the, I guess, item F of the motivating youth, I guess, like my first question was, I noticed in the reading that he asked for a sum of money greater than this. And in the contract, it doesn't, where is the difference in service provision, or what did they agree to make the cost difference work?
Couple things. Just let me go back to one thing, because I want to make sure people are clear about information. Information that you requested a while back, 2 things. Number one, the final valuations were not done at the time you asked originally. The second time you asked for money that's not legally permissive to provide to anyone under the OCGA statute that I sent you, that you're not able to get that, and the general public is not into it such time as we bring it before this body for a vote, which we have. So that's the main thing. The difference you see, you said you saw another difference in the contract as opposed to what they've been awarded. That's a contractual agreement between our attorneys and the people there, and they agreed to perform their services for their price hair.
He's talking about.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I'm not concerned about the amount of money, but I will say that anytime procurement comes back on a contract, we turn it over to our attorneys. Attorney McNeil, Attorney Sarah Davis is here today, who help implement those contracts. They go directly to the vendor and to the provider. It's not our job to advocate for the vendors and provider. We have a different job to do up here. And we negotiate a price that we feel like is appropriate across the board, because we want to have some money left over to continue to do this again. So that is the reason. They can certainly say they're not going to do it for that amount and not be considered, or they can negotiate in good faith with us, which each and every one of these folks have already. So that is why there's a difference in what you see and what the contract says. This is the negotiated amount between our counsel and that vendor, and they're satisfied with it.
So the assumption would be that they're going to fulfill all measures of the contract.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions, Commissioner Watson?
At this time, I yield.
Commissioner Wynn?
Yes, sir. Thank you for going through a very thorough explanation of the funds that we're talking about today. I just want, and I thank you because it clarifies some things for me also. all these entities here that we're going to vote on, going down the list here, have gone through the RFP process. Am I correct on that?
That is
and
correct.
that your committee selected the ones that we're going to vote on.
That's correct.
I'm not familiar with Motivating Youth Foundation, Inc. Who runs that? How long has it been around?
That's the one I'm most familiar with. That's Roger Jackson, former NFL player who does an awesome job just across the river of his program there. Not that you have to already be doing this, and certainly he's no stranger to most of those on the commission. But his plan is his plan. We're taking the folks' word for what they can do and what we've been able to vet out for what they say they can deliver, and that's why the project coordinator, we're going through all that to make sure that after doing this, they'll do that. As another way to maintain a sense of security for this commission and for taxpayers' dollars, for ARP money, but still taxpayers' dollars, we wanted to, we're not giving all this money at one time. They're going to have to pay for these services that they say they're going to be providing, purchase things they say they're going to be purchasing, and provide invoices to Macon-Bibb County before they can get reimbursed. That's how this works. It's reimbursement after the initial seed money, because we don't expect anyone to start out from ground zero with $0.
Talked to you before about how important it is to fight crime and violence, and it starts very young. So this is so important, motivating youth to do the right thing instead of the wrong thing and go in the right direction. So this is where it starts, and that's why I wanted to ask, starting with this one. But we'll have an accounting for the funds as they are asked for, but they aren't given all at one time.
That's correct. These are federal tax dollars that go through our process. They have to submit invoices for reimbursement. When they submit the invoices for reimbursement, the completion of the project, there will be no additional funds given to them.
And will we get updates monthly, quarterly? What are we going to get from them to show what they're spending the money on and what success they're having?
It will be quarterly is what we expect to happen, but certainly we're going to ask the project coordinator, that's going to be a third party that we put out RFQ for, to provide that information to the commission as well.
Dr. Fickley, not to leave you out, I could have asked you those questions too, but I
Surely
just was
could've.
looking at him. Thank you. That's all I want to know, because I
No
wanted
problem.
to know as we go through these plans here.
Right,
Thank
and
you.
each and every one of them are going to be consistent with that same process, the same way they were identified. Each one of them brings a different area to the table. That's why we gave you that information. Each one of them will go through the same accountability process and the same funding mechanism. And each one of these was vetted out by our procurement. That means they have to be on our registered vendor list and meet all those qualifications for taxes and things of that nature. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you.
Any additional questions on item F? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries, will be sent to consent agenda. Item G is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a crime prevention services agreement and Community Empowerment Center Incorporated in the amount of $406,410 to be paid from the Macon-Bibb County ARP Fund, contract labor, contractual services line item for the provision of community violence interruption services. Do we have a motion to approve? Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Clark. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Watkins.
What was the original amount of their proposal?
$1,925,700.
And could you elaborate a little bit on the services? I assume they made a presentation. Can you elaborate a little bit on the services that they plan on providing the community?
They were proposing to do $451,565 in crime intervention, management $1,001,567 in case management, and $472,568 in prevention services. And of course, as you help prepare the interrupters, the RFP asked that we look at the experience and gave 25 points for the experience, project approach 40 points, project timeline 20 points, and then project cost 10 points. Virtually, this particular proposal asked for literally all of the money.
And it might be helpful to all of us if we could, like, what is crime management in terms of this proposal?
Crime management, the case management, not crime management.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Case management is where they are proposing to manage cases of kids who, from 14 to 25, who have already entered into the criminal justice system, to help with their families, to make sure that they get necessary resources that they need to have in order to stop them from committing
additional crimes and certainly prevent recidivism.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, sir. I guess the difference in the dollar amount is that based on the number of kids that originally proposed.
We didn't have anything to do with the dollar amount. The dollar amount was assigned strictly by the procurement department.
In their original proposal or presentation, did they provide a service area or a number of youth they planned on providing case management for?
There was a service area provided by this by this proposal, and of course it was a area that really overlapped with some of the other areas that also made a proposal.
So this proposal looks at, or is the idea that this area would be I guess in one geographical node
I
versus
don't think that
Roger Jackson being in another area, or
Roger Jackson on the east side. This area right here is on the South Macon side.
Okay.
But there are some other areas. There are some other proposals that also encompass this area.
Okay, and they are to provide the case management for, I guess, all youth, all takers, or up to a certain.
All proposals submitted a proposal that would provide all three of the breakdowns, which was crime intervention, case management, and crime prevention, except for one. And the last one, they only asked to be dealing in the prevention portion of the RFP.
Interesting. So I noticed in the proposal that they were going to create a steering committee. Are we still asking them to do that, or will they be using, I guess, the already existing MVP committee? And I noticed that another proposal also mentions having a crime-based committee.
It is their proposal. Once they sign the agreement with the contract, and if the amount that they are receiving does not allow them to do all the things that they want to do, I am sure that they would look at it and kind of make some adjustments to what they have.
I guess I'm asking from not so much on a money on a strategic plan focus for us. Does it make sense for three organizations to create a crime-based steering committee or a committee leading them, or are we going to provide them with a program coordinator and a steering committee?
One of the things in the RFP outlined that they are to collaborate, so that would be a good point of collaboration for not only this organization but others, as well as with our law enforcement, so that collaboration piece would come in. I don't think anybody's starting from zero in Macon. We do have the sheriff's department and some other entities that are in the business of preventing crime in Macon, and this right here is to give them another resource, and that collaboration would certainly help the whole picture that we're trying to make sure that crime is reduced in Macon.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Tillman?
Yes. And this is to my question earlier. How you all met with church pastors and organizations. In the document for this particular item, it shows nowhere that this is a church. I'm aware that this is a church. I know who the pastor is, and it's as though it's being, I don't know what you would say, but the commission needs to be aware that this is a church. It's a church on Bethesda Avenue. It is a church. And so that's part of the issue that I know that we're going to receive. How do we choose one church over another, although we're calling it whatever name that they changed it to or saying? So that's the question that you got to answer for me to be able to tell some folks. Because when you see some of these things, and all these folks in the community have church, youth organizations, and so forth, how do we distinguish? And then it's not even showing in our document, but we know I know this is a church.
The easy answer, Commissioner Tillman, is to let them know that this was published online for everyone to apply, And those people who applied got considered, and those people who failed to apply did not get considered.
But here's the question, Mr. Mayor. When we were having all these meetings and been discussing all of this money, and we kept saying, you kept saying, and others kept agreeing with you, oh, we're going to get to it, we're going to finally get to it. So all those churches that some of us attend and go to that did not see when it was applied, that we could say to them, hey, you need to go and apply. See,
Mr. Tillman, I think that you are confusing once again this program with the one that's going to be presented.
I think y'all want us to be confused because all the money is the same, whether regardless of what program, Dr. Fickle.
It was split up.
Dr. Fickle, I'm speaking. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
All the money is the same that came down from the federal government for the ARP. We can say it's the MVP money. We can say it's for this group, but all the money is the same. And my simple question is, I just want to be able to have the information in advance. So when somebody asks me, why did this person apply over me and why you didn't share the information, I just want the information.
Well,
I'm done with it. I support it all.
I can answer your question. This is not a church. This is an organization that comes out of the church. It is the Community Empowerment Center Incorporated. They are incorporated by the Secretary of State of Georgia. They are a separate entity from the church, even though they are located at the church. The reason that they were chosen, and if you want to call them and refer to them as being the church, then certainly they are the only church that applied. And as the mayor has already pointed out, we cannot select people who do not apply. And what I was trying to say to you is the mix-up is that those other pastors who have smaller groups that they did not feel that they could hound this particular RFP, they will be in line to apply for the community foundations grants that are going to be given out, and we're going to get that information later on the 15th. That is what I was trying to make a differentiation on, because these are different funds for different types of services than those funds will be.
Thank you, Dr. Ficklen, for that explanation. We have a process, and I think in the first line of the procurement resolution basically indicates that 95 people are notified, specifically 34 African American, 2 Asian. We have five or more that awarded the contract. I think 9 applied. We do have, it's all tax money, right, from the very top to the bottom, but we have different mechanisms. In particular, we specifically set aside $2 million for these violence interrupters. I can't make folks apply for it. As commissioners, if you knew people was interested, I think you can look online just like we do on occasions. People call us, but it's our job just to get the information out there through our normal procurement process, and then we follow the process. The Community Foundation will have a separate set of money that has separate regulations, and theirs will be coming out of our general fund. So it's different areas and different regulations, and this is one too. These are federal tax dollars that have to be managed a specific way with regulations to make sure that we don't get ourselves in any issues as well, and we follow the guidelines, and that's what we're trying to do. Commissioner Wynn?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask Dr. Fickling this question. It's an easy one. Kind of backs up to what we just voted on for the motivating youth. You mentioned in this particular issue that we're talking about, it's case management was one of the things you said between ages 14 and 25. Youth between 14 and 25?
Yes.
They have already been involved in crime.
Those people who are already in the criminal justice system.
And I don't know if next one, the Lois's kids is going to address this, but we need to reach below 14 to reach some of these kids.
That's the younger kids.
Well, Lois's kids, those are younger. That's what she's involved in prevention, and that's the only portion of the RFP that she applied, proposed on was the prevention portion of it, and so that will get kids lower than 14. Okay,
because that's really where it starts. And just to follow up with Commissioner Tillman, I didn't know this was a church or part of a church. It is part of a church. Did other churches apply for this?
They could have. It was on the line. Everybody could have applied for it. It was a 50s. They had to be a 501c3. Many churches have 501c3s, but they chose just not to apply for it. But this particular 501c3 Community Empowerment Center Incorporated, they did apply for it, and they had a good, strong application for these funds.
So people can still apply for the community foundation funds.
Yeah, it hadn't even been opened yet. This
Okay.
right here was to close on October the 14th. However, it was an addendum added, and the date was moved to October the 21st. And October 21st was the deadline. And a lot of things we are having with people is that they don't follow the regulations, and the regulations are what they are. And of course, if the deadline is the 21st at 12 o'clock, then at 12:01 we can't receive any more of the applications.
I guess I sound like a broken record, but I always want to know how do people know to apply for these funds? You know,
They are on. It is on our website.
I know, but you know, it just some people don't go that way, and I just wonder if we advertise it, and I use the word advertise, promote it in a different way, so that other people can be involved in this. But I mean, it's
When you
water
say
over the
advertise,
dam. It's
we do
water
it
over the dam.
on the hub and on our web page and on our Facebook page. All of this has been posted.
Over 95 people received notification for this, but I mean,
Was
it's a
it
normal
posted
process.
in the newspaper or anything like that? I mean, on TV, anything like that?
I'm sure that the newspaper and the TV covered the Macon violence prevention activities.
I just want to make sure everybody is aware of what we're doing with this money and that had an opportunity to be involved and apply. And I know that they still have an opportunity, but we need to make sure they know there's another opportunity coming
And
up.
then from my position as the executive director of community affairs, I sent out to all the ministers that are in my database this same proposal. So that was over 300 ministers.
I'm glad you did that because you can reach out to those folks. That
As well
include
as our small-
did that include white churches
A
too?
small
Yeah,
business.
yeah, we don't discriminate because
I didn't wanna make
what
sure.
kind of church it is. And I don't discriminate on churches. A church is a church, whether the people who go there are black or white.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, let's not go down that. Also, I think our small business administrator has also been sending those to all of our small businesses that may apply. But again, this is our normal process, just like when we spend any money here. All these items you had on the agenda today went through the same process, our procurement process. Everybody has an equal opportunity to apply. Some choose to do so, some people do not choose to do so, and some people may choose to do so but not do so in a correct fashion and don't get consideration. So, Commissioner Tillman, you want to close this out before we vote?
Mr. Mayor, I want to be clear that I support these initiatives. I think they work when done right. I want to be clear on something because y'all are sending conflicting information when you use the term 501c3. That money that came down for the federal government does not state that an organization has to be a 501c3. That is something that y'all are picking and choosing to do on how you give folks money. Michael McNeil, and if he'll come up here and explain it again, has said repeatedly, we could have folks stand in the line, citizens that have suffered from their businesses, their jobs, COVID, and we could give folks funding and some money. And that's what Augusta, Georgia did. And I keep reiterating that. So please do not put out the fact, because that eliminates so many folks that they have to be a 501c3. That's not fair when you say that. And we do people like that. There's so many folks out there in the community doing great work that's not a 501c3. And I'm hoping that the community foundation part of it specifies and be clear that all these folks that's reaching folks that we probably have never met and that may not come to us, like Ray over there at Rocky Creek and Houston, don't need us. Got a great program. But don't say to folks that we have to be a 501c3. And I think that sends the wrong message when we say that. So y'all please clear that up, because you know we don't have to, these folks don't have to be a 501c3.
I don't think they have to be 501c3.
No,
We just want to make
ain't
sure that
nobody
everybody
said
that wants to apply can apply for it. But more importantly, we want to make sure that these folks don't get the money, not know how to calculate for that, and find themselves in jail. And we have to be cognizant of that, because some folks that may lack the experience may do something, make an honest mistake that lands them in jail, and we can't be responsible for that. So we're going to make sure we track every dollar. It's reported like it's supposed to do. It gets to where it's supposed to go to. So this time that completes all the discussion on this. We're going to go ahead and vote. We have a motion and second All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item H is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a crime prevention services agreement with Lois's Kids in the amount of $125,000 to be paid for Macon-Bibb County American Rescue Grant Fund, ARP, contract labor contractual services line items for the provision of community violence interruption service. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Wynn, in response to your question, Ms. Lois's group actually does do younger children. She's very familiar with her organization here in Macon. I see her all the time at community events of their organization anyway. They only apply for one particular part of this program on a scale they can handle. They saw the RFP and they responded to it. This is one of our recommendations coming out of committee. So we do have a motion and second, Commissioner Lucas.
Yeah, these different entities, do they have a home base? I know Moya does, the Motivating Youth does. I'm assuming the Community Empowerment Center does, since it's associated with a
Yes, ma'am.
church.
Each one of them are home based out of Macon.
All right, and Lois's Kids. I'm familiar with a number of the activities that they've provided, and they've been good activities. Do they have a home base or a place where of operation?
Yes, ma'am. Each one of those have a home base. Each one of those has submitted all their paperwork indicating where that is, as well as all their tax ID information and completed vendor package.
Okay, that's good, because there's no way in the world you can operate if you don't have a place, that's sufficient to carry out your services. How many people are involved or will be working through this program? How many employees?
That is dependent on the amount of money that the various proposals get and who they decide to hire. Each one of them have proposed a different number of people for their particular program that they're going to carry out.
Okay, I think it would be really good if and I heard you say that we'll get an update on this. That's going to be real important to be able to get the information out as to how effective these programs are, and maybe we can help to involve more of our constituents in getting involved in those services.
That's why the coordinator's position is going to be very important.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas, for that. Any additional questions regarding this particular item, item H?
So, like in the service provision, it mentions life skills training, employment opportunities. I'm trying to get, like, I know we said it was for youth under the age of 13, but it doesn't, like, you don't provide job skills, employment opportunities. That's not the language of pre-adolescence. Employment workshops on interviewing skills and how to complete applications, midnight basketball monthly to include workshops, life skills training workshops facilitated on bi-weekly topics, community-wide roundtables, street outreach for gang members and potential gang members, base bid price $420,000. Don't mean to pick on our lowest kids. I fully support the initiatives as read, but I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the right one.
If you don't reach kids when they're young with all those things that you pointed out, then as Commissioner Wynn pointed out, it's kind of getting a little late to reach them. But all those skills that you outlined that Lois has in her proposal are things that kids need to be introduced to very early on in life.
I don't disagree with that, but it just seems like her proposal is, again, trying to get people of employment age employed.
It doesn't say that it's prevented. Her proposal is to prevent things from happening. And the way you prevent things is that you have people ready when they reach an age that they can get a job, that they'll know how to do these things. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds need to be introduced to those kind of things, because guess what? They're being introduced to the violent side as well.
Sure. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, Commissioner Watkins? Commissioner Bronson?
Hey, just out of curiosity, any effect on the conflict resolution or interpersonal skills, financial management? Is that also included in that piece of it?
That is a part of case management as well as intervention.
Okay.
Whatever you see in that proposal is what's contained in that. When we mentioned earlier about
to go over the
targeting lowest children, typically targets at earlier age, but they submit their proposal for everything. They're trying to help everybody, but their focus is generally catch them while they're younger. Doesn't mean they're not going to help somebody when they get older, but everything contained in the proposal is what they're supposed to do in the contract that you have. And all we can do is hold them to what they say they can deliver, and that's why we're going to have the measurables and have a project coordinator to go over that information. Certainly, they've done this in the community. Most folks know that they're very reputable in what they do, and they provide a good service, and they saw the RFP out there, and they applied. So thank you. Any additional questions? Hearing no questions, we do have we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Item I is a similar item, and I think we have one more after that on the crime interrupters. Resolution authorizing the mayor to extend crime prevention services agreement with Royal Science an amount of $180,000 to be paid from Macon-Bibb County American Rescue Plan Grant Fund, ARP, contract labor, contractual services line item, provision of community violence interrupter service. That is my motion. Can I get a second? Second by several folks. I heard Mayor Pro Tem Clark first. Commissioner Wynn, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This says it's for crime prevention services agreement. The next one we're going to vote on also lists that. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Fickling or you said that the motivating youth also talks about crime prevention.
Yes.
Are we overlapping here with all these services?
If you recall, I mentioned that earlier. We're overlapping, but they are taking they will have different clients. There is an overlap, and that's why we have the number of organizations that have received some funds, because I think that the idea is to hit it from a broad approach rather than a narrow approach.
So are these in different areas of town that each one are reaching, or what is it that makes it different?
Well, I think I'll answer that question so we don't get confused on none of these agencies can cover all of Macon-Bibb County, correct? So each of them are putting a particular proposal on based on what they believe they can deliver. It may be a section of town, it may be a certain targeted group and a certain area or focus area there. The next one that we're going to deal with actually wanted and was awarded, will be awarded if you vote for it, all three: prevention, case management, intervention, based on what they agreed to produce and the model they looked at. For example, cure violence. This particular one focused on one particular area. So you may have several that are looking at prevention. Some people may only want to focus on intervention and may have sent a limited request in only for those funds. And some folks may have been extremely high in areas, and we wanted to make sure that everybody had the equal opportunity to get involved in the process, so we can see what works, and we selected based on, or procurement recommended based on those pricing. So it's not duplication. Even though we're fighting crime prevention, it's going to be different people and different strategies and programs that will be utilized.
You would look at it as a duplication of services in any other venue, I think, because the wording is the same. But I don't know. Maybe the rest of you know these folks, but I don't know Royal Science, and I don't know this other one, the One World Link Inc. One World Link Inc. So, I mean, I'm all in favor of fighting crime, preventing crime mostly, preventing crime at a young age. But I just want to know more about why we have so many things doing the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's duplication of service. I think different.
Disagree with you, but that's all right. We'll go on.
It's the same name. It's all crime prevention, but that doesn't mean every single child is going to be reached by you. It may be that Mr. Bronson may have to take care of some that may live near him, and Ms. Lucas may need to take care of some. You're all doing crime prevention. It's not duplication, because you're doing different things in different parts of the community.
Well, that's what I asked Dr. Fickling. I mean, are we serving different people with these different
Yes, ma'am. And let me give you a good illustration. I don't know the name of your church, but they do the same thing I do at my church. Thank you.
Amen. Commissioner Lucas?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on what I asked earlier. I was asking about employees and having a base of operation. I also wanted to ask about records management. D- um, did they have to show the way that they were going to maintain the records? Because I know there's reporting. And I mentioned this because back during the Ellis administration, we had a similar kind of situation, and a number of entities received funding. A lot of people said that Mayor Ellis was illegal, did something illegal. All these different people did something illegal. From what I can recall, no, that was never proven. I think what you had was some people who didn't keep adequate records in all instances. And so, you know, nobody was doing anything illegal, but they did not have their records. All of them didn't have their records in order. So it's going to be really, really important that we not face that same kind of criticism, because anybody can jump up and say, y'all are throwing away money, y'all have misappropriated money, y'all stole money. You know, folks love to say that on our $3.80 an hour that we're getting rich. Folks just, I mean, they just come up with stuff. And so it's popular to say about these programs that benefit so many people that something's wrong, that there's something illegal going on, when the real deal is that folks have to keep records. And so I'm concerned and want to know that all of these different entities have a systematic way of keeping track, not just little slips of paper here and there, which is one way, but I mean, gives you a headache, a real headache at tax time, or when it's time to, you know, to prove that you've delivered your services. So I just want to be assured that everybody convinced y'all that they had a way of keeping records, so, you know, they can prove what they did with the money.
Yes, ma'am. The RFP specifically calls for record keeping, and in order to make sure that the records are being kept in a fashion that they can be reportable back to you all, that is why the mayor is proposing the coordinator for the $150,000. So that person will make sure that all of these entities who have received this money will be keeping accurate records that are reportable, and that will be their job to make sure that that's
so the coordinator has to know something about a lot about record keeping as well.
They will, and also just to not beat a dead horse, but we have federal regulations, and we're going to make sure we follow those. And that's why we handle this a little different than the community foundation. We're the actually recipient of this money, so we have to have proper documentation to take care of our business and for reporting. And that's why we did a limited seed amount of money to get started, and they do not get any more funds if they submit all the documentation they're supposed to for us internally. The project coordinator is a separate checks and balances that we believe, and certainly if we run into issues very early, then we stop the funding immediately and make sure we do everything we're supposed to do. We don't want to get ourselves in any situation or any suspicion of any wrongdoing, be it legitimate or not, and we're trying to avoid those things by doing these things on the front end that may not make necessary sense to you, but we know why we're doing it, because when I look at Ms. Julie Moore there, she and her group, in large part, has to do all this paperwork and make sure that we sign off. And we certainly won't do anything that's going to affect our funding in the future. So we're going to be absolutely sure of that. The RFP required it, but we have multiple checks and balances in place to make sure we get everything we need to do. And certainly if these folks want to continue to do business with Macon-Bibb County and they're making improvements, they're going to make sure they do a good enough job of doing that. So if we have an opportunity to do this again and we had the funding there, then it'll be easily proved for them. So thank you for those questions. I think it's very important. Commissioner Howell?
Dr. Ficklin, not talking about this particular item we're talking about. I just got a general question. As an outsider looking in, it looks like a lot of times when we have a violent crime in Macon, that they seem to come in twos or threes. And the only thing that this reasons to me is that some of this may be retaliation, whether that's school-related, turf-related, gang-related, areas of town-related, whatever the reason is. It just looks like to me that once we have one problem, it seems like the next 2 or 3 days we have another thing. And while I totally agree that we need more than one entity working on this, please assure me that the people that have been picked and that will be doing that will be talking to themselves, talking amongst themselves if there is a problem. If something happens over in East Macon and they say, well, that may have had something to do with West Macon, are these people going to work together and try to come to
Yes, Mr. Howell, I mentioned earlier about the collaboration piece. I think I was answering a question from Commissioner Watkins at that time. But yes, that is certainly a part of it, that they are encouraged to collaborate so that we will take the approach of we are all attacking crime from the various standpoints, and collaboration is certainly a very important part of it.
Okay, so well, that's good to hear, because they're going to have to work together even if they're competing for dollars. Maybe they're not competing for dollars, but they certainly don't need to live on an island, because we all got to work together to figure this out. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. I think that's important to know that each of these bring a different perspective and different, I think, quality to the table. They're not one and the same, and when we get to the next one, you'll see that there's more of a model that I looked at before with the Cure of Violence that actually targets going out into the communities and trying to tone down any particular gang activity and retaliation. And that's just one part that someone else that we talked about before, when they're looking at preventing crime, would not do and would not be capable of doing. So that's why it's important to cooperate. That, again, I know we talked about this project coordinator several times, but I think it's important to have an independent person that's well qualified to do this particular position. And I will openly say there's nobody I have in mind. We're going to cast a large net and get the most qualified person that we can get to do this job, and we're going to hold them accountable for it. So, Commissioner Watkins, we will wrap it out with you. Oh, actually, I got 2 more people waiting.
I'm just curious, the Henry C. Ficklin 17.5 initiative?
I saw that in there as well, but I had no part in it. It was just one of my students who were making the proposal, and I'm always flattered when my students have been so impressed by me that they want to use my name.
Cool. It's a large proposal that covers a lot of activity, and like I say, it's quite a difference in the price. From y'all's perspective, what are the deliverables that we're holding accountable for, I guess, a year from now?
What was your question?
What are the deliverables, like when I look at this proposal, when we're trying to figure out whether or not it was a good job or not? What are the primary deliverable or
Well, the RFP
takeaway?
that you were a part of drawing together outlines what the deliverables should be. And of course, the deliverables that are going to be given are going to be looked at by the coordinator. And as the mayor has said, if they are not delivering what they should deliver, then they're probably going to have their funding stop. But in this particular proposal that you're looking at, the Royal Science, this proposal is based upon helping kids to understand life and science a whole lot better, and hopefully that would cause them to avoid getting into other situations that cause their lives to go down the wrong road.
So I guess, would it be like attendance per session?
Part of what she is doing, so I cannot specifically say what she is aiming at with the kids, but she does include in her proposal a lot of indications that the kids will have to be present to do some of the things that she is outlining for them to do.
Okay, are you?
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. That's a good question. Some of these things are hard to measure, and I think you're going to have to look at each particular program. At the very least, I think we need to look at attendance and engagement. Any parental engagement activity that we can increase in the community, any increase in numbers. If you start the program with 25 and you grow to 100, and you start bringing your siblings and your parents along, I think those are some of the things that the project coordinator will look at. And it's something they're gonna have to present to us what they did, if they did what they said they're gonna do at the completion of this time, if they want to improve on their position. Commissioner Bronson?
Yes, sir. So just a few things real quick, and it kind of goes back to Commissioner Watkins' input there. As far as, you know, we as commissioners, even from a military standpoint, we have a benchmark. We have a standard that we have to operate by. So in regards to the coordinator portion of it, you know, what are we looking at when we say, hey, we get that the organizations are operating on their own quote unquote terms, but from the coordinator standpoint, have we identified what the standard should be? Well, we can say, like you just stated, right, as far as the attendance, your increase of numbers as far as who you've helped and so forth. How do we manage that piece of it? How would it be managed so that way when the year comes, does that open back up a door? And it's a two-part question here. When that part comes, do we have the right to pretty much cancel out a contract and reopen that for other opportunities and other organizations on that year benchmark? And then on top of that too, the second portion of this is notification system by way of Ms. Hayes. Notification system, can we get a notification system put together that will alert businesses, organizations, groups to say, hey, this is what we have coming out in the next few months. Go ahead and get your paperwork in order so that way we're being proactive instead of reactive. I think it's very important that we take that step as an organization, as a group, to say let's do all we can to open that door of opportunity for those that want to come in and serve.
Thank you, Mr. Bronson. We'll let procurement know your concerns. I think perhaps I'll get him to have a re-education session with all commissioners on how we do procurement business and what the state law requires and our local ordinance allow us to do. We always include it in your documentation that tells you how many people it went before, what the racial composition of those folks that were notified, as well as other avenues that may be presented upon. Again, the information is out there. We expect people who are in the business and are capable and qualified to do this to know about that,
right,
and to get these things. As far as the standard, there are state and federal standards, guidelines that we have that our initial group with the MVP program recognizes as important, and we'll be sharing that with he or she that gets selected for this program coordinator to let her know what national standards and how they generally evaluate things and what they consider progress. And other studies that's been done all across the United States when they did these particular items and what their results show in percentages, so we can have something to compare it to. We're not cookie cutter with any other county or city in the whole United States, although we're judged accordingly. So ours may be different. It may be a little bit different, and I think that's important to know, is that each of these areas that they're going to tackle, just like the community foundation issues, you're going to have some things that is hard to measure.
Sir.
And I think one of the key things you're going to have to look at is going to be the engagement. And of course, we'll have to take the overall crime situation in Macon-Bibb County and look at that data and see if the area that we think we're focusing on is actually showing a decrease. If not, in your last question about the funding, this particular funding is for 1 year. Told you the process on how we're going to do it with some seed money, and then they have to submit reimbursements. At the completion of that, the money for that particular project is gone. There's no renewal automatic for them. This commission can always decide that additional money or put additional money with it to fund this particular project again for another RFP, or to choose one of the people that's been selected that they've done what they're supposed to do and award them a different amount of money. So it gives you some flexibility in the future.
Sounds good. I just want to make sure that the approach we're taking is that we're including the standard, but at the same time thinking outside the box.
Yes, sir.
Right. Truth be told, me personally, I'm kind of tired of seeing our kids get killed on the street.
Exactly.
And
So we need to do a better job, really do a better job at what we're doing here.
In case in point, if they are not meeting the particular standards that have been set out by the RFP and by the coordinator, a good case in point for you as to whether you asked initially would we cancel their contract or what have you. A
Yes,
good
sir.
case in point is right before me.
Roger, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Mr. Bronson.
Thanks,
Commissioner
sir.
Jones?
Yes, sir. Mayor, to you and Dr. Fickling, and to Commissioner Howell's point, I think that's a good point as far as collaboration. So maybe perhaps that for that RFP, that RFQ for that project coordinator, that could be as much as possible. They can collaborate with the other departments, share reports, even though they're perhaps in different parts of the community, maybe a little different things they're addressing, but I think that's a key point he brought up, and I think that ought to be a part of the project coordinator's responsibility and role.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. I hope we have I got two final comments. Commissioner Tillman and then Commissioner Lucas.
I want to speak up for Royal Science. A lot of these folks are good folks. I think all of them are. And in particular, I know this particular young lady that shows up in our community, been talking about doing some things for years. I'm just good to see that they have an opportunity and that she has an opportunity. I'll yield until some other things come, but I do want to go ahead and call for the question so we can move forward on this.
Okay, we got an undebatable motion calling the question. Do we have a second? Got a second by Mayor Pro Tem Clark. All in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, we're hereby calling the question. We have a motion and second for approval of this item. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. We have one final item on this particular portion, vendor. That's a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a crime intervention, case management, and crime prevention service agreement with One World Link in the amount of $800,000. Good Lord, it's been a while. $800 to be paid from Macon-Bibb County Commission Rescue Grant Fund, ARP, contract labor contractual services line item for the provision of community interruption services. We still have a quorum and we've lost two commissioners. As my motion, can I get a second? Second by Mayor, I'm sorry, who was that, Commissioner Jones? Okay, I got a motion. Commissioner Lucas, I still had your light on from before. You want to finish your conversation from earlier?
Yeah, my comment pertains to all of the items that we've been discussing and approving. Someone said earlier that you can have a good program, but if people don't know about it, they don't know how to access the services, then I mean it's not worth too much. You've got to get the word out there. And I know in the age of computers and everybody is wearing their thumbs out and stuff, but there are still large groups of people who need to get a paper flyer or a paper brochure that says what services are being provided with their money. And it is their money. It's taxpayers' money. And so I would strongly suggest that not only with economic and community development, that they have a list of services that people can take advantage of or can get. But also with this particular program, since there are so many services, some will overlap, but there are some other unique services. And that the school system be one of those places where a large number of these brochures that are eye-catching would go into. We can't depend on just folks having access to a computer anymore. You've got to make sure that, the tried and true, having it on a brochure, that we do it that way. Something like things to know if you're a parent and you want to help your child with blank, 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 and blank. And then if you're a child if you're dealing with this, and this, then ask your parents to help you get involved in these kinds of services. Something like that draws the attention to as many people in the community about the services that are being provided, because you want these folks to hit the ground running and have plenty of people that they're dealing with. So that's just a suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner Lucas. Commissioner Wynn?
Sir, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you for all the conversation you've had with us and the discussion and the information. And Dr. Fickling he flaked out on me. And I want to thank him too. Dr. Fickling, thank you for all your work on this too and your answering of questions. This last item, this question, tell me about One Link.
Sure. One World Link.
World Link,
I will tell you that One World Link put in a complete proposal, both the quality of the proposal. You could tell they had done this before. And the procurement actually graded them out on all three, the prevention, the case management, and the intervention. They used one of the models that I had hoped to bring to Macon-Bibb County, the cure violence, but they also have folks that will go out into the community to speak directly to gang members and try to prevent some of the retaliation that Commissioner Howell spoke about earlier. So in this particular occasion, we were awarding a certain amount of money based on all three of those categories. One World Inc., I know have relationships with other communities as well as other organizations in Macon-Bibb County.
Who's in that? Are they home based here? Tell me. I mean, you told me that they hit all the targets, but who are they? How long they been around?
Yeah,
And how long they been around?
They have an office in Booker T. Washington Center, but at the same time, they've been around sometime. They've done some work in Atlanta. They have a very good, strong, experienced background in doing this kind of work. And they've all, on yesterday, you know, I did get some emails from someone in their organization who's already proposing and making more specific some of the things that they want to do. Of course, it couldn't have been considered, but they just looking at some things that they want to go forward with. As the mayor said, they have people out in the community who can go out, and they've done this work before, and they have a good report on the kind of feedback that they got on the work that they've done in reducing crime. And Atlanta is one good example of where they've worked at.
Okay, but who's the organizer here? Who's the
The
top
person in Macon for One World Link is O.R.D. Antoye.
And from Macon?
Yes.
Yes.
And you say they operate out of Booker T, but that's just been reopened recently. So
Yeah, that's where their office is located.
Where were
here.
they before then?
I'm not sure of where their office was before.
I think Atlanta,
then.
according to paperwork in the documents there, yes.
So
They've doing some work for Atrium here at the hospital, and I've spoken to
Yeah,
them about
they've
that.
worked with the hospital. I can give you a rundown of the list of things that if you want to go
Well,
through
I
all
won't
of that.
make you do that
Okay,
here,
then.
but maybe later.
Okay,
I
then,
just
that'll be
that's
fine.
we're looking at the largest amount of money to be allotted with this group, and I just didn't know them. But that's not a question; that's a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nguyen. It is a large amount of money, and we're going to hold them accountable. I think that the program was more complete, and that's why we chose all three of their areas, the intervention, prevention, and the case management piece. They had the ample experience and graded high in that. They do have local contacts. They've done work locally for some of the community foundations, maybe Knight as well. So they're going to be held to the same standards as everybody else. They'll get 1/3 of the money up front and won't get any reimbursements to show they spend that money on what they said they were going to spend, and then they'll get reimbursed for any
Could
purchases
this
after
not
that.
have been the one agency we used for everything versus all these others?
I don't think for $800,000 you're going to get somebody to handle all of
Well, I mean,
Macon-Bibb
give them
County.
more money, but coordinate it all, you know, the things that we talked about in the others. But I'm just, again, that was a question I had in
Understand.
mind.
Yeah, that's within 10% of their entire proposal that they were awarded. And we wanted to give several people opportunities instead of going to one particular person to do everything for the community, because we realize that some of these are in different parts of the community, and their focus is we want to try to spread out all across Macon-Bibb County as much as we can. And we also are going to look at this after every quarter, but particularly after a year, so we can decide whether we want to apply any different funding to that, or whether or not we're going to, go in another direction.
So I'm anxious to see what the reports will show in a quarter for all of these entities and see how they're doing, because that way we'll know whether we should continue to go forward with these particular entities. Is that
Certainly.
correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank
you.
Commissioner Howell?
Mayor, I make a motion to call for the question.
Got a motion to call the question, got a second. We got a motion and a second. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, now we have a motion and a second on this particular item, which is item J. There's J, right? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. We're going to move on to item 5A. Item 5A, we've talked about several times before, but just want to remind you that this is the ordinance authorizing appropriation of up to $150,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funds for the purpose of funding a project coordinator for the Macon Violence Prevention Program. You should have received, as one of those attachments, a copy of the activities and duties of this particular person. This is anticipated that's $150,000. That's based on 3 years, which is an average of $50,000 per year. Independent contractor that will put out a RFQ, request for qualifications out there, and we will select that person. What we believe is the best qualified to do our job of evaluating these programs and tying them with what we already have. So that's my motion. Can I get a second? A second by Commissioner Tillman. Any discussion regarding the project coordinator? Yes, Commissioner Wynn first.
Yes, I'm glad we're getting a coordinator for one thing. At first, I thought it was $150,000 for the annual salary, which probably is what we need to hire a good CPA to keep up with all these funds, Miss Commissioner Lucas, and keep a list of that. But $50,000, I hope we can find somebody that can still do that kind of job. It's almost have to be somebody in finance or a CPA or something like that.
We have qualifications that we'll be putting out for that.
The right one.
We feel like that's appropriate. Consider all the consider what we're asking them to do. Didn't want to make it a permanent position just yet. As far as our organizational chart is specifically allowable in the ARP money, and we believe that this is enough to get a quality person to handle this job and to be able to coordinate this with all the folks involved. Of course, if it gets to be too much, we can always revisit that. And if we want to extend it or make that a permanent position at some point in time, that will be a pleasure of the commission. We can do that.
$50,000 a year is enough to get the right person.
We do. We spoke with several people in other areas that use a similar service, and they range anywhere from $40,000 to $60,000. So we went right in the middle at 50.
Here's an okay.
Thank you. I had another question over Commissioner Tillman.
Yes. I'm going to sum this up with this funding that we've given to not only the commission, but for those that are listening. I think and I hope this administration today has learned something, that we also, as commissioners, are elected and do want to be a part of the process. So many questions was asked today because commissioners are not always a part of the process. And I think it's very important that here we are approving funding and money that's needed for our community, but we as commissioners don't always make that selection. So when we come out here, we have all these questions. The smart thing to do would be able to have had a commissioner, any two of these commissioners on the collection, on the selection committee, so they too can explain to their fellow commissioners what transpired and how it happened. When we chose Luther Williams Park as a baseball place and gave them $2 million, a couple of commissioners went on those trips and was a part of that process. So here we are just going to approve, and I'm going to support this as well, the $150,000 for a coordinator that we don't even know, haven't seen, haven't met yet. But yet, when it comes to certain commissioners up here that's asking for equity allowance that was going to cost zero money, we fight against that. Commissioner Brunson, Greenwood Bottom, we're going to say, oh, it's no money, but we're going to offer $30,000 for in-kind services. But commission projects are not being properly funded. But what we are doing is trusting this administration that the people that are being selected are going to do a good job. When we as elected officials are also can be a judgment on some of those same folks. And I just don't think that we're afforded the opportunity. And that is key where and why we select certain officials, particularly a mayor pro tem, to make sure that commissioners are aware of things that's happening and bringing us together, and that didn't seem like it's happening. So I would ask going forward that if y'all want to avoid sitting here for an hour and appear to be questioning some of these folks that's doing community work, that we do that. Back in 2010, I was appointed to Planning and Zoning Commissioner, and it didn't pay a dime. And I went into executive closed session by a city council that wanted to question and look at everything about me they know. And that's how we do some folks. They present resumes. You have to come down here and speak and so forth, to sometimes serve in a free capacity on boards and authority, a free capacity. And we get more information from them than we get from some of these folks that we just approved almost $2 million from. That's not a fair process that our employees and department heads are listening and watching. So I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all better quickly come up with a process to give these folks some money that work for us, or y'all need to be going down to City Hall and coming over to the city auditorium with employees of all of them and explaining why they don't qualify and benefit for funding, ARP funding, that we just gave folks that they've never met and some of us have never met. Thank you.
Mr. Jones?
All of these, I'm assuming, and I shouldn't assume anything, but I'm assuming all of these contracts, and including the contract for the project coordinator, has a termination clause, 30, 60 days? 30 days, okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Commissioner Watkins?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you both for attempting to explain a little bit in more detail these crime prevention RFP awards. But I'm asking for the next pre-commission meeting. I think it would be most helpful to the body as well as the community if we could have specifically One World Link, Royal Science, and Community Empowerment come here and make 5 to 10 minute presentations on their proposals so we can understand from them what's happening or what will be happening in our community. Like I say, for a lot of folks here, this would be, particularly for those organizations, our first time engaging with them at this capacity. So to see them and get an understanding of, you know, I can read it, but to hear it from them, I think would be advantageous to us. So maybe I'm in the minority and I'm the only one that would want to do that, but I would appreciate it. I'll make a motion if we need to. True.
I got you. Anything additional, Commissioner Watkins?
Can you do that, or do we got to go through the whole motion thing?
We'll consider that. We'll consider it. We have to finalize it next Tuesday. If we have a contract with those folks at that time, we'll make the appropriate presentation. But right now, it's just the first time. We've got to come back next Tuesday and actually vote on them.
As I'm saying, it's like the "we'll consider it" part of your statement kind of threw me. Then, like, I hate to I would like, before we vote on like the other meeting, in our full meeting, if at the pre-commission, we can have these, at minimum, these three here to make their presentation to us. Don't have to be a long presentation, in the 10-minute area.
Right now, we got a motion and a second on this particular item, so I'm not sure. We're in the middle of a motion.
Do you want to finish up this item?
Yeah, we got to go to the point of actually making a motion on it. Sure.
Right now, we have a motion and a second on this particular item on the coordinator. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries. And what I hear you saying, that if those people are approved on the 15th, we'll bring them back for a 5-minute presentation on what they think they can do.
Prior to us voting on the 15th, we would like them here at pre-commission to talk about their proposal before we vote on it.
We're going to be at 5 o'clock for the update on crime and, I'm sorry.
Or it can be at 3.
Okay. That's what the body wants, to have a presentation by these folks? Okay. And you're just choosing 3 of them because you don't know them? You're just choosing 3?
Those 3, I guess, based on just in my review of them, they're the largest ones, and their proposals have a lot of interesting points to it. But like I say, I mean no disrespect to Motivating Youth or Lois's kids. Me personally, I know their organizations, and I easily read through their proposals. There was some confusion on, I think, what their proposal said. So to the point, if everybody else wants to see Lois Kids and the other and Motivating Youth, sure.
So which one did you ask for? So I'm trying to figure out.
At this point, all of them. Okay, we could have all of them come in for a few moments.
Okay. We'll coordinate a time to get them in here in a timely fashion before you vote next Tuesday.
Thank
you. Mr. Tillman, you have something?
Mr. Mayor, I like the motion to reconsider to change my vote on 5A. I'm not going to vote for something that you know, that we're funding, and I don't know who that's going to be. I think it's important to have a person that's going to be designated, and this is for the person that's going to lead and tell us about funding. And I mean, we just gave out matter of fact, we've given out almost $30 million already. And before we go and clear up, how much money is left in the ARP funding? Because we start out like $30-some million, and now after all this money has been decided, we're gonna come back and try to hire somebody for $150,000, and we don't know who that is. So I don't want to vote for that. And I think, for me, I would like a motion to reconsider, or just for the record to show that I'm going to vote no on that. But I would like to know how much money and funding is currently left with our finance person, Ms. Julie Moore, because we've given out all this money, millions of dollars. I know it's at least $20-some million, but now we're going to hire somebody for $150 to decide how much we got left? $1 million left now?
That's correct.
So we're gonna hire somebody to spend $1 million when we as commissioners, we should be smart enough to do that ourselves. But we just spent almost $30 million, but now we're gonna hire somebody to spend the last $1 million. Do commissioners understand what we just did? Do y'all understand what just happened right here? That is crazy.
Mr. Tillman, I'm not sure
that is crazy.
your math, but we're talking about $50,000 a year for 3 years, so that's not $1 million.
Mr. Mayor, what I'm saying is we have spent.
But that's what you said. I'm
right.
not saying
Well,
what you're
I
saying.
stand corrected. Okay. Appreciate it. Sometimes I get dyslexia. So what I'm saying
Read things
is,
backwards.
what I'm saying is ARP funding, I think, was in excess of maybe $36 million, up to at least $36 million. And right now, I think we have less than $2 million left, okay? So now we're going to hire somebody at $150,000, whether it's $50,000, however you break it down, to decide where the last $2 million go. So that's what I'm saying. Clear that up.
No, this is, I'm sorry.
This person's not deciding anything. This person is going to, after you vote on who you want to select, and the Community Foundation selects their process of how to spend the $2 million, $2.5 million on that end there, this person is just going to be the coordinator of that. Not going to be selecting anything. And just like everything, this position can come back before this commission for all I care. I don't know who the person is. We're going to get the most qualified person to come through the process, and you can vote on it.
So Mr. Mayor, listen, what I'm saying is, why not get an ad hoc committee of 3 commissioners or 3 to 5 commissioners? Let them decide that. And we take the $150,000. Now let's go on a retreat and get to know each other a little bit better. You know, I think we can do that ourselves. You know, create an ad hoc committee of 3 commissioners and let them decide. We don't have to pay somebody $150,000 to coordinate that. We have enough folks in our finance department and who work for us, whether it's Dr. Ficklin, Sharice Stevens, Moffitt, Julie, the attorneys can coordinate that. Jones can coordinate that. Lucas can coordinate that. We don't need to hire nobody else to spend $150,000.
I think everybody disagrees with you, Commissioner Tim. Commissioner Howard, you want to close us out, sir? Commissioner Howard, you have something to add?
I guess I want clarity. If we're going to come back in here and now listen to 5 different proposals, please don't do that at 5 o'clock, because there's no way we're going to get through it.
It's just going to be these short presentations of these folks before our update that we're going to provide to you before the meeting. Well,
with all due respect, the history I've noticed with this commission is there's never anything that's short, and there's usually a mirage of questions when they get through. So I mean, let's set aside whatever appropriate time that we need.
We'll coordinate the time for next Tuesday to have the discussion from these folks. Then we'll do a presentation only on an update on the MVP, Sheriff, and Community Foundation. Then we'll have our regular scheduled meeting at 6 o'clock. That's the plan. Commissioner Lucas? $1.2 million.
I don't think I punched my light, but
oh, you didn't? Okay, never mind. Commissioner Wynn?
Coordinator for this, Commissioner Tillman. We most certainly do. Someone who knows who's providing these services, who can adequately evaluate that, who can make sure that these folks keep their money straight, that they keep adequate records, because that is a real serious situation. If your records, you could have the best program, but if your records don't show that, then you're in trouble. So I do think that there's a need for a coordinator, and because this is too much work. It's detailed work, it's specific, and you got to have somebody who knows how to match results to the money that's being spent. So
Thank
that's
Commissioner
my
Lucas
take.
for stating the obvious. Commissioner Wynn?
I just want to say ditto to Commissioner Lucas, what she said. Commissioner Tillman, I'm not a CPA, a finance person, a banker, or anything like that. It's going to take a lot of time and effort, a lot of documentation, and that's going to be somebody that needs to do it by themselves. I don't want to give it to Christy Alucci or anybody in her department. It needs to be a person that can handle that by themselves, but it's going to be a lot of work, be a lot of coordination. So I'm all for this coordinator that's only going to cost us $50,000 a year if they do well. If they don't, we'll find somebody else. I mean, it's a, what do you say, 30-day, we can get rid of that contract if we need to.
We
whatever.
could, but
it
we
will
expect to give them
and
time to do the job.
Next week, I'd like to see all, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these 5 entities giving about 10 minutes each. That's what I'd like to see. See us, like Commissioner Howell, that's what I'd like to see us do, okay? 10 minutes each, but I would like to hear from them.
We'll put a time limit on. Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner Wynn. All right, we're going to move on to item B, which is an ordinance to amend the FY 2022 budget for making supplemental appropriations in the amount of $4 million, is this the right amount here? Okay, $997,907. $4,997,907 from general fund balance and by making various budget transfers. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Wynn. Commissioners, you've received all this information on transfers. This includes an applicable amount of, I think, $2.3 million for the public safety incentive pay that we discussed that we would have to go back and do, as well as others that you generally do. This is something you do every year as a mid-year adjustment to look at your budget and transfer things in that you need to take care of budgetary needs. Just want to make sure that you knew that the $14 an hour increase is included in this, as well as the incentive pay and many other items that you've been itemized and provided to you last Friday. Any questions regarding those items in that amendment? Hearing no question, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. The other items on the agenda, we have several, are just some changes to some plans that we have that should be easily explainable, but we have our attorney here to answer any questions. Item 6A is an ordinance to amend Sections 18 code to eliminate the requirement for Fire Civil Service Board review of new fire applicants. We also have our chief here, Chief Shane Edwards. He is in favor of this and has requested the same. This would not deal with anything but hiring. It will not take the place or change anything dealing right now with promotions. And there's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. We have a question for Commissioner Tillman.
I don't know. I guess the chief is going to say why we need to do this, but y'all done called my friend Don Banks and told him he's not going to be serving anymore.
That's a different service board.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fire. I mean, this is fire, that's police. Go ahead, question, Commissioner Watkins.
Yeah, I guess same question. Why is this being proposed? What does
So
it
one
help?
of the things that I did when I was back in the interim position was I started developing and restructuring our hiring process to streamline, to try to get applicants in sooner to the fire department. Currently, in the past, it took about 6 months for someone to apply and then go through the process. We've restructured our training division as well as the process. I've been working with HR, Mr. Jordan as well, and this was one of the things. We already do an evaluation process in the fire department. When people apply for the fire department, they go through the assessment center. We actually have officers in that evaluate those individuals for the hiring. So this is a little bit of a redundancy in the organization, where the Civil Service Board pretty much does the same thing that our company as well does in the department. So what we want to do is streamline that and be able to cut that end off on the hiring process, but we're still going to keep the Fire Civil Service Board for the promotion process. because employees are already here. That's an outside board that will evaluate those people coming in for promotions.
To you, what is your recollection on the reason or the justification for having a fire service board at all and having that redundancy?
It's required in our charter.
I believe.
I guess I'm
when we
asking as a
consolidated.
follow-up, what would be the practical application of it as you understand? Like, why is it in the charter?
So
It was
I-
that
I-
important to, at some point, for the body to create such a thing. Why do you think so?
I know that before 2014, before the consolidated governments, we didn't actually have a fire civil service board. After the consolidated governments, that's when the board came into fruition under the fire department. And so we didn't have it before then. I think the sheriff's office did have their board that Mr. Banks serves on before that, prior to that. But what I'm trying to do is, we're about 95 short today. And we have a process in place in our assessment center where when they go in for their assessment, where we have company officers, sergeants on our department that actually evaluate, ask questions, and they have a process to where they vet the new applicants before they come into the department. What I wanted to do was continue with that process, but also streamline the part of the Fire Civil Service Board doing the exact same thing. Sometimes, you know, I've got a ton of people right now that are calling me saying they're wanting to apply, but what they're waiting on today is to get the committee together to actually meet. And when I say committee, the Fire Civil Service Board, we have people in place 24/7, 365 days a year. If we need to meet to evaluate our people in assessment centers, we'll do it on the spur of the moment to be able to speed that process up so I can get some firefighters in the fire stations.
So, you say your current hiring process takes 6 months.
It did.
By eliminating, and you've done, so now the hiring process takes how long? You mentioned some
I'm
other
hoping that we're
streamlining
going to get
stuff.
it down under 30 days. When we first started this, there were 4 steps. There was one, you had to apply, either online or in person. Now we've taken the application process, it's all online for Bibb County employees. That speeds that process up. Next thing was they had to go before a Fire Civil Service Board and be interviewed by that board. Once that happened, first they had to go to the PT, where they ran a 1.5 miles, push-ups, sit-ups, items like that. Then they went before an assessment center where they had skills, hand skills, cognitive skills, and assessment that they did at the fire department. And then they went before the Fire Civil Service Board. Once that interview was done, then their name was put on a qualified applicant list that was sent back to me so that I could hire the employees. What we've changed and where we went in the future, and I worked very close with Mr. Jordan and our county attorneys have been involved in this, is we want to be able to have the applicant apply online. After they apply, Ms. Dobbs and HR will actually go out and do the PT assessment at 9 a.m., where they'll actually still do their 1.5 miles, and they'll do a CPAP, which is a candidate physical agility test, where that individual will test the skills of the fire service, and then they'll be finished by 12 noon. We bring them back the following morning at 9 a.m. and we actually do the assessment. The assessment is where they go in and they're interviewed by a group of firefighter or company officers and sergeants, just like the Fire Civil Service Board would do. They evaluate them, ask them questions about, why the fire service, what they're doing, what the goals are in the future. Then we have an assessment center where they test their reading skills, also their cognitive skills, and we do a simulated class, and they have a 10-question answer for that class. And then at the end of that, once they pass that, then their name is actually submitted to the fire chief as a qualified applicant. We're able to do that, I'm hoping, in 2 days. One, the online application process. Once they get that, they go and do the PT and they do the assessment the next morning. Another advantage to this is what people used to have to do is when they've traveled from out of town, we've even had people fly in to do the assessment. First, they'd fly in to the PT, they'd leave, go back home. They'd come back in a month or sometimes 45 days or longer. Then they'd have to do the assessment. Then they'd fly back home. What I'm hoping to do is if we do have some people from out of town that are coming in, be able to get that while they're here. You do the PT the first morning, you do the assessment the second morning, and then your name's submitted to us to be able to select, as an applicant. But we're not doing away with the Fire Civil Service Board. We have a great working relationship with them. We want to keep that process in place and use it for our promotion system.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Tillman?
I believe this is the one that I created under the new consolidated government. One of the reasons were because, not necessarily because the process took a while, was because what I saw was military veterans who were shy or laid back, was not as energetic as others, and we were passing over folks. Now, when I came out of the military, I still, believe it or not, I still have my letter from 1991 that Miss McWaters and Ben Hubbard signed, and I was on what they call a waiting list for up to 5 years, and you went on that waiting list for 5 years. True enough, we do need to make that process shorter, but I think that one of the reasons we were trying to make it fairer, because we were trying to take it out of the chief's hand at the time, because he was looked at, and chiefs were looked at as being unfair. Why you're not hiring so-and-so versus this person? Because how a person comes in laid back. And that was one of the reasons, I think, if we pull the resolution, that was one that we created. And I don't think our human resources director cared much about it at the time. But we created it because there were folks being looked over, because some people in a setting are laid back and more shy, but they were just as well qualified. And it was for a lot of those military veterans that had just come out of Iraq and Kuwait, and my son was one of them. And probably the reason why he's not a firefighter today, because I became elected before he was actually hired, and he completed everything. And then we had this nepotism ordinance that was in place that I was asked to change, that I refused to do, because I didn't want it to be unfair and say I only changed it to help my son. And so why you want that soul in your hands when you as a chief are already going to get it from both sides that you're being unfair and, oh, you didn't hire my friend, my son? I mean, what's the problem as far as streamlining what we have to make that process shorter? Miss Wembley, and I said it wrong, Miss Wembley, I mean, y'all wanted to get rid of Louis Hargrove. Y'all finally got rid of him. So Miss Wembley and all those good folks that's been on there serving and for a while, you know, initially you said, when y'all find out they was making money, y'all said, oh, we need to get away and we're not going to pay them any money. Now you come in here today and say, we want to totally get rid of it and just put it in your hands. I just don't agree with that. Thank you.
We're not getting rid of it, by the way. It has to maintain an effect. They just will not be doing the initial intake. They're doing the promotions as always.
So the board members that's there, you're getting rid of all of them, and
No.
those are
The board members will remain served. They will not be doing the initial hiring process.
So Doc, 'cause it's so much happening in this community. So just for a second, Chief, Dr. Moffitt, if you can explain this particular board and which one is, make sure I'm not being confused about.
Yes,
because we talked about some of this stuff a while back.
All we're doing is just removing this responsibility from the board so we can update the hiring process.
What would the board be doing then?
Promotions.
That's a separate board.
No, that's the same board.
It's going to be the same board.
For the fire department. The fire department has a civil service board. The sheriff department has a civil service
I thought we had two boards, one that did the initial hiring of the application to send over to the civil service board.
No, sir. They handled the same thing. They were part of the hiring process and a part of the promotion process. So we have things that were being repetitive in the hiring process that we just analyzed it and felt like the civil service board could just focus on the promotion process. But the same board was doing those same functions. All we're doing is just changing the code and removing that responsibility from the hiring part of the board. But the board is still intact, same members. They still meet as they normally would, but they just primarily focus on promotions.
Thank you. I think one thing to consider too is we had several applicants that we could have hired, but because our process took so long, they went on to work somewhere else, and we lost those recruits. So we do have a motion and second. If no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries to be sent to consent agenda.
Thank you.
Item B is a ordinance to amend Macon-Bibb County 401A defined contribution plan and the Macon-Bibb County 457 deferred compensation plan to amend Chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances to provide for the formation of defined contribution and deferred compensation plan, Administrative Board of Administration to the same. As my motion, can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. And Attorney McNeil, if you could just tell us what's going on here.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So back in 2019, this commission closed our 3 pension plans and started a new retirement plan for new employees hired on or after July 1, 2019. That's the 401A plan, which is like the local government version of what's called a 401K in private industry. That plan is open to all employees that hired July 1 of 19 forward, and it needs a board to manage it. And so this is a ordinance to create that board. Dr. Moffett has come to the meetings of the Macon-Bibb County Pension Board and felt that they're being the newest board and the most recently closed board, and felt that their expertise could apply to the defined contribution plan as well. Asked them if they were interested in possibly being the board as well for this plan, and they agreed to that. And so this is drafted to create a board to manage the defined contribution and deferred compensation plans. And so the 7 members of the county pension plan plus 2 current employees who are in the 401A plan will be the total board. And so it creates a board to just administer. It's not as intensive of a workload as the other 3 pension plans because they're not doing actual investment administration the way the 3 other pension boards are, but they do consider things like is the contract right now, for example, we use Nationwide as the vendor to operate the whole 401A plan. Are they doing a good job, and how are they performing, and compare them against other possible vendors every couple of years to make sure that the folks that are in the county that are in this plan are getting the best opportunity available. So that's the nutshell. I'll be glad to answer any specific questions that anybody has.
Thank you, Attorney McNeil. Any specific questions on this item from any commissioners? We do have a motion and second. There's no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. Items C and D are similar items, but they're ordinance to amend Chapter 7 of the code to provide definition of court and correct conflicting provision within the code. I'll go ahead and make a motion, and we'll entertain questions in just a moment. I had a motion. Can I get a second? Second by Pro Tem Clark. Ms. Beavers, if you'll tell us what's going on these next 2, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. Mayor Miller. I'm Adriana Beavers with the County Attorney's Office. Tax Commissioner McCord brought to our attention, since he is now in charge of the enforcement of the business licenses, privilege licenses, general code enforcement, taking care of those ordinances, that there were conflicting provisions in our court, in our enforcement, that certain things said that they would go to the state court, to the municipal court together. So this ordinance just essentially removes those conflicting language, so that it just now says that it can be taken to the court of competent jurisdiction.
Thank you. Any questions regarding this particular item? Hear no questions. I'm sorry, Commissioner Watkins.
So, does the result of this result in more cases going to state court versus municipal court, or vice versa? Or how does this change caseload in either direction?
I don't believe it'll affect caseload in either of these courts a substantial amount. It just allows for more robust enforcement. Currently, certain things are generally going to municipal court, and this allows for just consistency in the enforcement of our codes.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Watkins. We have a motion and a second. If there's no further questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
How would that affect like a state patrol officer? Like, in terms of I'm going 12, 15 miles over the speed limit. Like, I think right now the law is if it's below 25, I should go to municipal court.
I am not aware of how this will affect that.
This is
These two
businesses.
ordinances are solely for our privilege licenses and our
Yeah.
business licenses, violations of that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is business, and since Commissioner McCord has now taken over that responsibility, he just wanted some clarity and have a broader area to do, so we want to be very consistent in this as well as the next one. So this only deals with licensure and privilege licenses.
Could you research for me and we can talk offline some more? Because I'm hearing instances of like cases that lawyers feel should be in municipal court, but state patrol officers are writing them to go to state court, which, at my understanding, increases fines and the trouble that people are in. And like I say, I think they're under the impression that if it's less than 25 miles per hour, it should be a municipal offense or something.
I don't think it has anything to do with that, but.
Okay.
we
Well,
could
like I
talk
say, if
offline.
you could
I
follow
can,
up with me for that.
I'll see if I can find you any information and get it to you, sir.
Commissioner Tillman?
And Mr. Mayor, to Commissioner Watkins' point, there's some stuff going on behind the scene that at some point we want to bring to this commission while he asks you that question. So I want to know that you, Mr. Mayor, and I think you cleared it up, no one in state court requested this information. So requested that we do this?
No, sir, this was Tax Commissioner McCord for the enforcement of business licensing and privilege licensing.
Okay. All right. We'll come back and share some information later, but specifically what he asked about the state patrol officers and some stuff that's happening and that's manipulating some situations that we're working on behind the scene. We'll let y'all know that. And that he's asking you for that information for a specific reason. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries, will be sent to consent agenda. Item D is a similar motion, ordinance to amend Chapter 26 of the code to provide definition of court and correct conflict and provision within this code. That's my motion. Can I get a second? Second by Commissioner Wilder. Any questions regarding this item? Hearing no questions, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries. It will be sent to consent agenda. We have one final item, actionable item on the agenda today, and then we have executive session right after that. This is item E, certainly not last but least, but is an ordinance to amend section 8.0 of the Policies and Procedures Manual so as to allow for the use of sick leave for mental health care purposes. Would someone like to make that motion? Motion by Commissioner Bronson. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Wynn and others. We have a motion and a second. Just briefly, Attorney McNeil, if you'll let us know with that. I will say that I've been working closely with our mental health matters expert who is in the hall with us today, Ms. Andrea Cook, to codify and make some changes and revisions to our HR policies to allow for mental health days. So if you'll tell us briefly what that is before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just real quickly, I want to mention, even though the last two items weren't substantive changes, because Chapter 26 is our business license code, we'll have to have a short public hearing on that before the final approval for that one. But for this item, so as Mr. Mayor pointed out, Ms. Cook had worked with me. I thank her for her help and leadership on this to update our sick leave policy, which as of right now only reflects physical illness. It doesn't say anything about the right to use sick leave benefits for mental illness purposes or mental health purposes. And so this does not increase anyone's sick time benefits. It's no cost to the county at all, but it adds a policy statement saying that it's the policy of the county to support the physical and mental well-being of the employees and that both are equally important. It gives three general reasons when sick leave can be used. The first is if physical or mental health conditions prevent a person from performing their job duties safely and adequately, or if the employee or other people the employee works with would be at risk of illness or harm if the employee attempted to work because of personal physical or mental health conditions, or to receive treatment such as a doctor's appointment, or there's a state law that was enacted back in 2019 that says that employees can use up to 40 hours of sick time per fiscal year to provide care for an immediate family member as well. And then this does add a couple of clarifications that HR recommended as well, just generally to our sick leave policy. So the new section E says that if an employee goes to an appointment, that to the extent they're able to, because of travel time and scheduling, they should come to work before the appointment or after the appointment. They don't just take a whole day off if they have like a 1-hour doctor appointment. And then paragraph F adds some examples of when sick leave can be used. Common colds, the flu, physical injuries, major chronic illnesses, appointments for routine physical or dental exams, preventative care, doctor's appointments, physical therapy appointments. For mental health, conditions that cause grief or anxiety, which cause the employee to be work prohibited, major mental health crisis conditions or routine professional counseling or mental therapy sessions. But it does specify sick leave may not be used in cases where an employee feels they simply need an extra day of rest or leisure away from work because of routine tiredness or general life stress that does not rise to the level of being work prohibited, meaning you can't do your work adequately or safely. In those cases, annual leave has to be used. And then the only other changes are wherever it refers to like a licensed medical provider, it just changes it to say a licensed medical or mental health practitioner. And just a couple minor language clarifications. And so that's the overview of the amendment. And again, I thank Mr. Mayor for assigning this to me. I thank Ms. Cook for her help with this.
Thank you, Attorney McNeil. Mayor Pro Tem Clark.
As a co-sponsor, please.
Thank you, sir. Any additional comments from the gallery? Except for Mr. Bronson.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Bronson.
I want to make sure you have me down as a co-sponsor.
Gotcha. Commissioner Bronson would like to be added as co-sponsor. Thank you, sir. We do have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That motion carries and will be sent to consent agenda. At this time, we're going to entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of consulting with an attorney or legal counsel to discuss pending or potential litigation, settlement, claims, administrative proceedings, and other judicial actions brought on behalf of Macon-Bibb County and all other provisions allowed by OCGA 14-2-1. Can I get a motion to go into executive session? Got a motion by Commissioner Jones. Can we get a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. That item passes. We're now in executive session. I get a motion to go and come out of executive session. Motion by Pro Tem Clark, second by Commissioner Jones. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, nay. We're now out of executive session. Let the record reflect there's no additional business on the agenda today to handle and no items to vote on coming out of executive session. We do have one point of personal privilege, I believe, that Commissioner Lucas would like to make. Commissioner Lucas?
Yes, I would like to express appreciation, first of all, for last night's public pedestrian safety meeting called by two of our colleagues. It was very successful, and in the future, we'll be glad on pedestrian safety to work with, our colleagues on any meetings such as that. I thought it was very beneficial. The other thing is to express appreciation to those who represent us on the water board, Commissioners Howell and Wynn, who have gotten with Reverend Willie Finney at St. Peter's Baptist Church on Fort Hill Street. This evening, starting at 5 o'clock, there will be a town hall meeting, and it will be on the topic of stormwater, the stormwater charges. And so if there's anyone who's interested in coming, getting the information, water board members will be there, and others from the community. Commissioner, does that cover?
Well, the water authorities there, in particular, to talk about stormwater credits. I know that's a big topic with a lot of churches, businesses, and individuals. So from 5 to 7, they will be at Reverend Finney's church, and the Macon Water Authority will be well represented with both board members and employees that are helping explain what's going on.
Okay. If that completes our business, we're hereby adjourned.